Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, it's 6 p.m. We'll get the meeting started. We'll start with the flag salute and invocation by
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, you, like all of us, were born in a small town and grew up under the authority of local leaders who managed the majority of your daily life. Lord, thank you for this beautiful community we call home. Please guide our local leaders to make decisions in the best interest of the people they are called to serve. May they lead through humility and love, leading us to peace and unity. Strengthen them with wisdom and grace for the heavy burdens they carry. Lord, also watch over the families affected by the increased outbreak of coronavirus in our community. Please guide our leaders this evening to provide stability for the future of Fort Scott. We ask these things in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, approval of the agenda. We need to add under new business, purchase of a motor, Mack motor for equipment for Public Works. So I'll make that motion to approve the agenda with that addition.
Second.
Is this for the appropriation ordinances?
No, this is the agenda.
The agenda, okay.
Pete Allen.
Let's go get his ears on. No. Still going. Will it?
We're voting on modification.
Just the
He already voted.
modification of the agenda.
He did tell me.
Yes, he told him.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, proclamation of recognition. We have 5 newer employees. The first one is Thad Yates. So Thad, we would like to take this moment to recognize you who recently completed a summer internship with the city. Over the course of the summer, Thad had the opportunity to shadow employees from every department within the city. Next month, Thad will be starting his senior year at Fort Scott High School, where he participates in debate and takes honor classes. He was born in Coffeyville, but was raised in Fort Scott and plans to attend Fort Scott Community College and will major in political science. This internship was Thad's first step in his goal of becoming a city manager or political advisor. Thad, we would like to present this certificate of internship appreciation for your successful work as intern in the city of Fort Scott. All right, next we have Brad Matkin. Brad started as HR director this week. Brad, I don't know if you want to say a few words.
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right. Glad you joined. We have Jesse Pullman, the new Public Works Director. Jesse started last week, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then Steve Anthony, golf course manager. And then Jackson Tuff. Jackson started a month or so ago, and he's the new tourism director. So
Yeah.
So welcome those aboard. All right, next I make a motion that the city commission recesses into executive session for the purpose of non-elected personnel and pursuant to the personnel matters of non-elected personnel exception in KSA 75-4319B1. In the executive session will be the 5 city commissioners and the city attorney. The meeting will resume at 6:27 in the commission room.
Second.
Yeah, I read it.
Second.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Commission recessed in executive session for the purpose of non-elected personnel and pursuant to the personnel matters of non-elected personnel exception in KSA 75-4319B1. The 5 commissioners, the city attorney will be in there, and the open meeting will resume at 6:39 in the commission room.
Second. Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsey
sorry.
Watts,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
City Commission come out of executive session.
Second. Get that second.
He got it.
Oh, I agree.
Pete Allen. No. Go back around.
He's putting his ears on. Tune in Tokyo.
Sorry. Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Pete Allen. Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, what we have in front of us is a letter of resignation by Jeremy Frazier. It was drafted up for us to vote on to accept or not. So with that, I make a motion to accept Jeremy Frazier's resignation as per drafted.
Second. Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
No.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, next we have the consent agenda.
Motion, I don't think was brought it up. You just accepted the resignation, but they've got to give you authority to sign the severance agreement that has been submitted to you.
I can't hear you, Tom.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't think your motion covers everything that needs to be covered.
So you need me to go back and amend that?
Yeah, you can go back and amend it
Okay.
because it's got to include the authority for you to sign or not sign the severance agreement, which was
All right.
part of that package.
So I'll make a motion to accept the resignation agreement and the authority to sign. Is that right?
For the
Yes.
mayor to sign.
Yeah.
Second. Josh. Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
No.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, number 6, the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any questions on the consent agenda?
Kevin Allen.
Abstain.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
No.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, up next, we have public comments. Judy Warren.
I love this turnout. If you'll hit the power button on the mic for me, like green. I think we're in business. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. It's nice to be here with all of you. My first question is really a very small matter in the scheme of things. I'm curious about when the overlay or the finish work is going to be done on National Avenue. Do we have any estimated time on
We
that?
put it out, well, the commission approved to put it out to bid 4 weeks ago. However, I think it just got sent out to bid Friday. The bids are due to come back August 12th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a comment to make, and I'll make it short and sweet. I'm not a politician, and I'm not going to point fingers at anybody, but I've talked to a lot of people.
Can you
would you talk up for
closer to the
Pete,
mic?
please? Yeah, just move the whole thing.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I've talked to a lot of people, and they've approached me with information or suggestions, etc. And I think right now a lot of the residents in this town have lost faith in the ability of the administration to do their job correctly. I'm not, like I said, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody and I'm not judging anybody. But I think if we get on the right track, which we are hopefully headed that way, continue that way, because I know a lot of people in this room want the same thing I do. And that's all I have to say. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judy.
Appreciate it, Judy. That's what we want to. We've had some bumps in the road, and but we've made some strides in the last couple of years too. So we've got some things that we're pretty proud of, and but not without negativity. You gotta have some negativity to get to the positive.
Up next, Jared Leak.
Good evening. My name is Jared Leak, and I'm the owner broker of Frontier Real Estate, located just next door at 119 South Main Street. Coming up on the agenda is the packet information before you. There's a folder from Front Door Real Estate that proposes representation of the city on 2 real estate offerings. The first being the lots owned by the city
Hey, Jared,
at Lake Fort
Jared.
Scott.
I apologize, but we have a rule that we can't talk about agenda items at the commission time, under
Okay.
5-minute time.
Okay,
but-
perfect. But we
but-
will have an opportunity to
Yes,
speak. Perfect.
yes, you will have a time when it comes up. Yeah, sorry.
That sounds great.
And that way, that way you have equal opportunity, and you're not limited to 5 minutes. So,
Perfect.
all right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Michael Hoyt.
I have several things I'd like to say, but I'm not brave enough to say them to people in this room or even to myself, really. But I do have 2 things I want to talk about that are old business items, and nothing has been done about those trees on the bypass. So I went out there today. I had borrowed a roller tape, and because I don't have the availability of a semi-tractor trailer to see what the view would be, my guesstimate is there would be 600 more feet of visibility of the light on 12th Street for a truck to stop than they have today because of those trees. Shortly after the meeting last time, I sat there and had to sit through the green light so I was not broadsided by 2 trucks at that intersection. I could see they weren't going to stop. This is an emergency. School starts, what, 2 weeks, next week? I don't know. My kids are old.
Michael,
But let me finish.
sure.
So we need to address this situation with the urgency that you would an emergency in the city. We need to cut those trees down. We have the authority to cut those trees down from KDOT. All we need is a saw. Second thing.
Can I speak to that before we go on?
Okay.
Jesse Pullman.
Pause my time.
Pause it. Jesse Pullman is the new Public Works Director, and at this point in time, I'll show you exactly where the trees he's talking about. And I think, Josh, I don't know how to do that, but we need to.
Well, did anyone reach out to you, Jesse, after last meeting?
Has
about
anybody?
that? No. Okay.
This is one of the problems we have with communication, but we're.
Doesn't Austin Boss cut down all of our trees?
Say what?
Isn't there a company that cuts down all of our trees? Well,
Right, but Public Works, we can see about, we need to get that done. That was mentioned right after that tractor trailer accident. We've been
I mentioned, this is now the 4th time that I've mentioned it.
absolutely, but that's part of the communication problem we're trying to get done. That's why we have a new Public Works Director.
Am I not talking loud enough or what?
We gave direction at the last meeting, if you remember right, Michael. We gave direction to the city manager to have
Okay,
it done.
which is a great segue into my next item.
Sure.
I ask about establishing, which is already in ordinance, the Human Relations Advisory Board. The mayor said he wanted to tweak it. I'm asking him, do you still want to tweak it or you want to go with it?
I don't know.
Human relations.
And I sent a message to
I
put on
sent a
the
message to you on Thursday,
Yep, and I sent it right on to get it put on the agenda.
and I don't
And
see it on the agenda.
Once again, communication problems.
That's a cop-out, Josh. You knew it's not on the agenda. When did you have the agenda? You
Today.
had it before I did.
No, we just got it today.
Still a cop-out.
Well,
You could have added it just
Michael-
like you added a motor.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'll intervene there for just a second. It was told to the city manager to be put on the agenda.
It's not the city manager's responsibility after you've already let him go to be responsible for the agenda. The mayor and the council is responsible for the agenda when we open this meeting. Agreed?
I'll agree with you. Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Well, like I said, we're working
Well,
through
be a
it.
one-man show here, I guess.
No, I apologize for the trees not getting done, but like I said, we've had some breakdowns in
Okay,
communication.
what about the advisory board?
The HR advisory board, that's the first
No,
time I've,
No, I mentioned it at the last meeting.
well, I must have, I missed it, Mike.
Okay, and
Sorry.
it's part of, you ought to go back and look at that. Because you even commented on it. And then Josh said, maybe we ought to tweak it a little bit.
Okay.
And I said, fine, we'll wait till the next meeting. I reminded him on Thursday, what are we going to do? Are we going to tweak it or are you going to go with it the way it is? It's all about discrimination and how to handle your HR position. And you just blew right over that.
I did?
I'm blaming you. Yeah, you were sitting there.
Okay. I'll take the blame.
Okay.
Sorry. We'll get on it.
Lastly, there's a few words. Wake up, Bob. It's music to my ears. You make me feel warm all over. To a lawyer, those words are, see you in court. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Nancy, is that Nancy Van Etten? Yeah. You good? Thank you. Janice Allen.
I want to talk about the 1% citywide sales tax. In 1983 and 86, the City of Fort Scott Commission passed and approved 2 resolutions to place the 1% citywide sales tax on the ballot. The resolutions were similar, but have proven to be very different. In 1983, it was committed to streets. It was resolved that the governing body of the City of Fort Scott is firmly committed to a pay-as-you-go approach on street maintenance and construction. The tax was to be utilized solely for the construction, reconstruction, and maintenance of public streets. Did this actually happen? No. In 86, the resolution changed the will of the people. The City of Fort Scott has determined that an additional source of revenue is needed to be used for such purposes as property tax, industrial development, street improvements, and or such other appropriate functions as the governing body deems necessary. So what happened? We now have 9.4% sales tax. The state gives us 6.5%. County sales tax for hard surface roads and jail, 1.4. City sales tax, 1.5 for citywide and street parks. So I'm asking you guys if you will simply make a resolution that says what you expect, what you want to do, how you want to handle the sales tax. If you will use it for what the people voted twice at least for it to be used appropriately, then it's a simple matter. If you don't want to do that, then something different is going to happen. So over the years, the tax has been in place. The governing body has spent less and less on our streets. They've taken out 4 loans of $600,000 each and directed less to our city streets. This tax is now spent less on the streets and more on general fund items like salaries, benefits, debt service. 55% of the fund is 1% sales tax. Our streets need work, and with all the funds spent on building demolition and other surprise neglected items of current and prior commissions, we must direct funds to our streets if they are ever to be improved. The 1% tax must be repealed if you cannot do the resolution and then reset. And if that happens, you lose like $1.2 million in the first quarter of 2022. My two parts of my family came to Fort Scott in 1860s. And I have great pride in the city of Fort Scott, and I don't want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to come and say, well, gosh, these guys let this town go to rubble. Come on, please do something simple and right and make a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Can I ask a question? Well, it's a valid question. If they were to pass a resolution saying that we'll use the money that we captured for whatever purposes, part of it being streets, of course, are you indicating that people will not challenge the sales tax and it will just go on?
They might, but on the other hand, they have voted, you know.
No, I'm not fussing with you. I'm not
I know.
fussing that in '83 and '87 and who those people didn't do. I'm not fussing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just looking. I'm just. Well, I don't want to argue with you, Janice. I'm just looking for an easy resolution
Oh, that's what I want too.
because the sales tax money is awfully important. As it sets now, it may actually have to be revoted on. Are you indicating that if they were to do the resolution, that we might dodge that and actually get it resolved and committed?
Yes. I mean, someone could always come forward and say, well, we're gonna get a petition up. that we-
Oh,
we
no,
want."
no, no,
Yeah.
no, I understand. But
Yeah.
there
But yes, that's
there
what I'm
actually
saying.
is a petition now, and I don't know what's gonna happen to it, but I'm looking to a way to guarantee an income source
And
so
I'm
that
right
this
with
guy
you.
down here
Yeah. 'cause
can
we're
have-
tired of hearing about
can
streets,
have
streets
money-
and
can
infrastructure,
have
right?
money
We
to
want something done.
have money to help spend on streets.
Okay, well, I think we're on.
So we, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Susan, as we move through our budget work sessions, will you address that issue and how it would impact
Sure.
all the other
Yep.
responsibilities we have in the community?
Yes, I will.
Well, I'd like to add to that. The sales tax is my understanding. The sales tax petition does not have to happen if the funds are used per the 1983 resolution, and I think that's what the petition is saying, that we, the commission, can solve this problem. We don't have to go through all the process of the voting on it if we, in fact, rewrite the petition or the resolution to include what was included in the 1983 resolution. And that's a simple matter that we 5 of us have to do, regardless of what Susan comes up with. It's our decision. Certainly, we have to fund the city, but the citizens want action. The citizens elected me to get our streets fixed. The citizens in a poll, 4-1 margin, spend more money on the streets, and yet we're taking more money out of the street funds, and we keep losing ground. We're not gaining. So I would ask that this commission simply make a statement that we would like to rewrite the resolution to include the terms of the 1983 resolution.
I think that's what Bob was talking to Janice about, and Randy was saying we're going to work on in the budget session.
Which is a perfect time to do that.
I think we're making some forward movement on it. Don't look at me like that. Jeez.
All right, engineering firm update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Just overall update. I guess we'll start with the Cooper Street project. It is out to bid. We did send out an addendum because a couple contractors were asking if they could have a pre-bid meeting. So we've got 90 to verify. Since that was through Jeremy, that we can have the commission room at 2 o'clock this Thursday for a pre-bid meeting for Cooper Avenue. And also, I think that was asked previously about bidding for Horton and National paving. So that's out, and it's set to bid on August 12th, like the mayor said. Ongoing projects, we're continuing the process of the plans for Old Faithful sewer rehab project, which kind of gets into updating the specifications and some standard details, which has led us to city ordinance that conflicts with the specifications as they're written now. So I guess for future thought, there's a section in the municipal code, I think it's chapter 12, talks about procedures. And this is why the 3rd Street manhole had to be backfilled a certain way that wasn't anticipated. And the reason that happened was because it is in the city code, so that trumps the specs. And what we would recommend is you guys take a chance to review those, and we can talk about assisting with that. But anything that talks about how a contractor builds things or what materials to use, making that an ordinance is problematic, essentially. So we want to be able to kind of go through that with you guys and kind of basically rescind whatever's not necessary. And then we can cover with specifications and standards on the engineering side, you know, those types of items. From that, I think my next item, everybody and nobody wants to talk about the demo of the Eagle Block building and CDO building. We still, you know, moving forward from the initial steps, you know, you've contracted with demolition company, and they are contracted to demo everything between the south wall of Sharkey's and the north wall of the Hammonds building. And I understand there's been some concern about saving the facade on the east fronting National. That's not providing any structural support to those walls. I don't know if you've talked to the Historical Society, but the money, at this point, the money it would take to restore that is, I can't say immeasurable because there's always a number, but very prohibitive, definitely. So we still recommend finishing that demo, getting the bricks off the corners so they can get the bricks and the stone off the beams, because like I said, those beams are not structurally supporting the side walls. All they're really doing was holding up the layer above it, the windows and that next floor. So
just like just a truss, not a truss.
Good things off, Kevin.
So all that was holding everything up above it, not side to side.
Not side.
Just a header, basically.
Yes. So I don't know how much more discussion that needs. I know the contract is, I think, 30 days. I don't know if he left or not, but so he's still got time. But as he goes through, I think he's been delayed by questions and second guessing about what to do with the facade. I think we all understand it would have been nice to save, but that process should have been many years ago, and definitely before the collapse of the roof.
Well, when we first started talking about this, is this the time to talk about this? When we first started talking about this, the discussion was, from what I remember, was we were going to start at the southwest end of the building, work our way around, and then we would see if the wall would be able to be saved, and then the CDL building, and so on and so forth. So that probably fits right into that discussion, whether the wall was going to be saved. Because the next thing I heard was the conversation that possibly saving the first story of that facade would give us some sort of chance for tax credits to rebuild that if we save the first story. Is there any truth to that?
I think that's between the city and the Historical Society, really. If there's funds to do, but now we're in a timing, and that may not, I don't know who's an authority on that, but if that conversation hasn't been started, again, American Wrecking is contracted to demo from front to back. So
right.
And the next step, I want to iterate also, you know, once that demo is done, you know, he's got to clear the debris and start thinking about backfill in the basements. So I guess part of that next step is, per agreement, third party needs to be contacted to provide a bid or quotes for evaluating those walls now. So Sharkey's wall and Hammond's building wall need to be evaluated for, you know, what kind of repairs need to happen. And the biggest, at this point, the biggest thing we want to try to help progress is allow the businesses like
Sure.
Sharky's, to open as soon as possible. So to do that, on an engineering standpoint, it's the safety and welfare of the public. So if you want to keep that an active site, that's fine, but we need some more improved fencing around the area, because I know people still are getting back there. So if that could be better kind of barricaded with, I think, literally construction fencing, not just yellow plastic construction fence, we get that.
Would that be the contractor's responsibility?
And that could be, but I'm just saying, so if we want to keep that
It
going,
wasn't in the contract. It was an
So-
exclusion.
that can be discussed.
I mean, if he's gonna open up the pit, it should be his
Right.
responsibility to protect that pit. He's opened up the pit as part of the contract. It's an OSHA requirement. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, just making sure that's basically closed off so that passersby aren't so interested and easily accessible, then he can continue that work and possibly have Sharky's open. But the final, I guess, concern, once that debris is all cleared out, whether the facade is up or not, the intent is to backfill the basements. And that's going to require, lifts and compaction and kind of, I don't know if he's going to tamp it down, but whatever he's got to do to get that compaction percentage. The concern is those basement walls were not meant to retain earth. They were meant to just be open on both sides. So that's the last concern, which then pushes opening Sharky's further down the line. But we want to be able to work with the contractor and be able to get in there and inspect that and try to give them an idea that, okay, yes, you can continue doing your work and Sharky's can open. But the key is safety. So
Yeah, and that was the plan the whole time in my mind, was the building comes down, the basements get dug out. Once all the debris is gone, then we go in, the engineers inspect the walls, find out how safe it is, whether we can open up right then there, and then at that point they can open back up, and then the third party, like you said, the third party bids start coming in for businesses like Mid-Continental that do waterproofing or what have you, and then we do some below grade, figure out how we're going to backfill. And then the contractor was responsible for the backfill material that comes in, compacting it in 6-inch lifts or whatever we put in there. And so, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, everything's still going good. Besides, we need some barricades put up.
And I think ultimately the decision of keeping that facade or not needs to be done.
If
Hopefully
I
today.
remember, and of course they'll have minutes, that my recollection is you guys were very clear. We're not going to do the facade. We don't have any money. The state's not promising anything. The building's got to be safely torn down and hauled off.
Right.
That you've already made that decision. I don't know what the question is.
Well, that's part of why. 'Cause I
Well,
think,
yeah, and I think you're just doing your due diligence to make sure that we're okay with. I know Pete went down there. Pete, did you see anything?
Well, I went down there and the contractor himself recommended that we leave the facade. And I see the facade as a plus. And I see it being supported already by the walls that were in there that are now cut off. But I think the facade is very stable as it is. And I think it would be a huge asset to the city of Fort Scott to have that facade left there after it's backfilled and concrete poured. Terrific building sites, 3 building sites right there that would benefit the city of Fort Scott and make something out of nothing. And I just really feel that we should seriously consider leaving that. And like I say, the contractor even said he would recommend leaving it. It to me, there's a whole lot of stability there, and it gives us something to build on. And it's historic. It's a historical building. It's a historical front. And
Can you hear me? Yes. From the perspective of potentially getting money from the state from SHPO, SHPO would have been interested in the entire facade, but not just the first floor. They're not going to have any interest in the first floor. All the architectural integrity, the historical significance is gone of that building. The wall itself, as Jason suggested, is not providing any structural support for the north and south that's needed. There may be some structural integrity there, but it's not needed for those walls to remain sound, if that's a consideration. It's my understanding that the contractor was told to stop demolition until this group could meet and determine if the first floor elevation was going to be retained or not. And so they've been stopped, and I don't know why they've been
Who
stopped.
said that? Who told you to stop? When did he tell you to stop? So you haven't worked there since Monday? Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys are you're still working. And as the facade, what's keeping the Sharkies from opening up?
Yes. Part of it.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, I'm just trying to understand everything. And if you got, or have you got the basement already dug out?
Could you come in? Yeah. No, the basement's not there. On the microphone, sorry. You're famous.
Yeah. I'm trying to hide. The basement's not dug out yet. We just started hauling wood and brick, so it'll probably be. I'd say it'll take a week and a half to get the foundations out, get everything ready. So, but if are you guys doing the water sealing or you don't know yet? We could hurry that process along by cleaning out along the two buildings, moving everything to the middle while we haul, and somebody could inspect it immediately.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Right now, I mean, I'm just with the understanding. This is the first I've heard that construction got shut down.
I didn't know we were shut down. I was just asked to stop on the facade, from what I understand. There was a meeting tonight to find out if the facade was going to stay.
Are you saying that Sharkies could be open right now if you would have had the?
I'm not going to say that.
That's what I'm saying. Because there's
I'm not
still, but there's still other things that need to be done. If there's going to be equipment over there working, like we talked about in the very beginning, we're not going to allow equipment to be working beside this building, right up next to it, and have the building open.
Until the trash is out of the hole, I wouldn't know.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, I don't want everybody to be upset at us.
I don't think it'll take more than a day to get the trash moved out of that area. I mean, that's a simple process. We throw it in the middle. We get both buildings exposed and let them inspect it. I mean, we can stop for 10 minutes while they walk around and look at the foundations.
Jason, do you have a schedule of the steps that are going to be needed going forward and the timeline and all that?
Well, that's really ultimately, we'll help inspect that. But the next step is getting quotes from people like Frank.
So what's the fast track to doing that?
I mean, we'll coordinate with Carl and get that looked at as soon as it's humanly possible. But there's got to be a process, whether if the city needs to take actual bids or can you accept quotes.
I mean, we can accept the quotes on the demo.
Yeah,
Bob,
so
that's
can
a
you
Bob
do that?
question.
It was
Yeah,
an
I mean,
emergency.
guys, common sense has to apply at some point in time.
Right.
And you're exactly right.
That would be novel.
You signed a contract, do this.
So
You didn't stop the work. It should not have been stopped.
Well, they're saying they didn't stop. They're saying that they just stopped on that piece of the.
But I mean, so yeah, your directions are pretty clear. Fast, full speed ahead. Get some quotes. Let's get the job done so these people can get their restaurant open.
So the question, I guess, right now, and I think that what Kevin was trying to say is, do we need to officially go out for bid, or can we ask for quotes?
We need to start. We need to start
Okay.
peddling for quotes
Yes.
right now.
Yeah.
And getting waterproofing quotes, figuring it all out.
So the question was asked of me if we've been contacted. We were contacted by Earl's Engineering and Jeremy to come look at it and provide some quotes. I went down there and looked, and until there's a little bit more work done, it's going to be really difficult for us to submit a quote. We can talk concept.
Sure.
And that's what we've talked concept tonight with Jason. I've talked to Dave about concept as to what, and a little bit to Kate about what needs to be done and what can be done. So we're going to continue along that road, but until we can see the foundation, the basement walls. So what Jason and I talked about was getting Carl in there, getting that east wall taken down, getting Carl in there to clear out next to those basement walls so we can actually determine if those walls are safe enough to open up Sharkies prior to the demo being done and the backfill being done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, you guys can't go in there now with lumber and debris and stuff in the hole.
We could move everything out. Well, we can open up along the buildings and get everything out along the foundations. But you guys can get a fast track on getting ahead on it. Shoring will be the next thing next to your waterproofing.
Jason, is it too much to ask for you to send to the commission daily updates? This is where we're at. This is where we need to be to get this done.
I think that's where we're going to need to be at this point.
Just information.
Don't respond.
Yeah. I mean, we just need information.
So again, stepwise then, if we're gonna have to ask for quotes, even not bids, we could right now notify anybody and everybody that needs to be notified about that, Frank, so they could be ready to go in whenever this material's cleared. So that's one decision we have to make. I think we're on the same page about that.
Yes, I think you
And then
can
the
do
second
that.
page we have to actually make is about the wall, but just let me be sure I understand too, the wall has no historic significance at this point and does not particularly enhance the structural integrity of either one of the existing buildings. So do you need a motion to tear that down?
No.
Okay,
It's
so
done.
we're
We've got a
done.
contract. We'll get it down.
Okay. All right.
So,
I think the thing,
The only thing you would need was a motion to halt that and readjust the contract if you wanted to, like we spoke when we was talking about possibly if the CDL building was going to be saved. That's when the Peter said that they would go back into negotiations with the contractor to save the CDL building, but we're past that, so we already got a set plan. So we just need to continue on if we're not going to save the facade.
I want to be clear that that's moving forward.
Yep, it's moving forward.
Perfect. What, any other step?
well, I think Jason, I mean, is that what you?
Yeah,
you
leave
guys
it
do
to
as
him to
engineer,
get
go
quotes.
for it?
Yeah, and I can work with Frank and his competitors. Yeah, so we'll get that sent out. Because basically what we want to do is coordinate with the contractor,
right,
and get a time where all interested parties can be out for a certain time frame.
And I think
and
that's
look at
only
that.
fair
Right.
because that's what we did with the contractor. We went out and Jeremy hustled up some other quotes and things like that. So we got
So time frame on getting quotes, you think, Frank or Carl?
I'm going to suggest by tomorrow afternoon that you can have the holes cleaned out. We can have the whole along the buildings cleaned out where you can get a good eye on them.
But is that? Do you need the engineer to come in there after that to make sure it's safe?
Absolutely.
Make sure it don't fall down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So will Earls be doing the shoring engineering then too? Can we get started on that?
No, that's third party. Third party covers all of that. Any shoring required, waterproofing.
That's a
whole
great question because that
piece.
immediately gets Sharky's back open.
Right.
So once the engineer says it's okay, right? Am I on the same page? Then we put shoring up. Does shoring protect the building from falling over?
That's the intent.
So there's all these steps that you have to go through. Get the bids for the waterproofing,
Shoring.
the shoring of the walls.
What short are we talking about? Because those walls, at this point,
And that's as needed. So after it's opened up and we're able to see the whole height of it, then if the contractors providing quotes want to provide a quote, if they think shoring is needed, that's how that's set up. And it was listed to be as needed. So we're not saying it's required because it may not be required.
Okay, so I've been told that somebody has made the comment that means that there's no other walls there to support those buildings anymore. If anything is shifted, and that it needs to be shored up. Is that not the case?
OSHA regulations, it has to be short.
Yeah, so that's the whole key. But that third party quote is supposed to include that. And I don't know if that was clear before, but.
engineer would generally provide guidance on.
And we definitely, as city engineer, we will be involved. Yeah.
But is that step in process then, or are we waiting until
That's
everything
what we're
is
talking
done?
about. So once he opens that up in the basements so that we can see the foundation walls.
So we need, whenever we go out for the quotes, we just need to be, that's more the language that we're going to be providing is we're looking for waterproofing as well as any shoring that
Correct.
needs to happen. Okay.
Do you, Jason, do you feel that that basement wall on either building or both buildings is substantial enough to backfill against? Because you know there's a lot of pressure going to be
Right.
when
That was
when
my
they're
final
backfilling.
concern, right? How much pressure that creates that wasn't intended to be there. But as they built those all those years ago, I mean, I think Frank has been in that building. If it's 4 feet wide, it's a very substantial wall. So
what I'm gonna suggest,
Yeah,
hasn't
you're-
been discussed yet, is
Frank,
the Eagle Block buildings
Frank,
existed first. The Eagle Block building existed first, and the other buildings were built in addition to. As a result of that, the Eagle Block building, the walls that are there were party walls, and they initially had backfill next to them. Granted, on the other side, but they would have initially had backfill on either side of those walls.
possible.
On the Eagle Block.
Well, the data.
Those are the walls that are left, yes.
But what
So that covers the Hammond.
would you
building.
not suggest, Frank, when we're talking about that? We're talking about the pressure on Sharky's wall, right?
Right.
So we talked before with the engineering company that would, I mean, in my world, what you would do is you would put clean rock in there, build a perimeter drain, pits to get rid of that water, hook it into plumbing, hard plumb it. That way that keeps the pressure off their wall. There's not going to be any wall with 2-3 inch rock.
But he's talking about the compaction. He's
Right.
talking about the compaction.
But you can,
There's no basement. There's no basement in the Hammond's building. So the Sharky's building is our main concern, I think, for compaction.
but you could still,
Building next to Sharky's existed before Sharky's building did. And you can tell that by looking at the facade that it existed first. So the wall, the outside wall that is now, it was a party wall. Yes, what's now going to be a party or an outside wall was initially built for compaction against it. Because it would have been an outside wall.
From the other side.
From the other side.
right, so you Sharky's
You feel it's.
Right. It's just deduction.
Yeah. Did you make?
Yeah, we can only
I'm trying to get
presume.
Sharky's opened up by using
that. Right.
I'd like to be open also. I'm up against some insurance things, renovation insurance, so I would love to be moving forward also. And would love for Sharky's to be open, because I hear a lot.
Okay, we want you to be open too.
well, and that's what we all want. I mean, we're not trying to hold anything up or anything like that. We're just trying to make sure that everything's safe. And I hope that everybody, and like I said again tonight, this hit us that you got shut down. I understand you're still working. Right, but when I heard that initially, I thought you were saying everybody said just go home and tell a commission meeting. If there's anything, if there's anything like that comes up, know that we can, as a commission, have an emergency meeting and get right in here and make some decisions really fast that we need to. So you guys keep us involved. Everybody keeps involved as what's going on.
We're asking to be involved also because we know nothing either. No one calls and tells us anything.
Well,
Along with your communication that you're having, we're really asking. I'm a female. Just call me and tell me what's going on. That's all I ask.
why did you have to add that one part in there?
That's true.
I'm no comment.
Just let us know what's going on.
And we're getting there. I
And just for clarity,
apologize.
you're gonna clear both the Hammond's wall and Sharky's wall. So we're moving contiguously with this. Yeah, you have to.
Is there anything else? Engineer?
Question.
That's all I had for that.
That's all.
Gee.
I'll be back later.
Like I said, if you could, tomorrow, if you could just kind of send us a schedule or an update, and then just of what it looks like in the next few days. So, thank you.
Next.
Susan, we don't have a public hearing. No. All right, old business discussion of downtown parking. This is for, I believe, Main Street and National. I believe we have 2-hour parking on Main Street now. Is that already the ordinance? Is that correct, Bob, that you know of?
Yeah, in fact, we had a meeting. with
Travis?
Yeah. we had a meeting this week and talked about that. There is an ordinance already on the books that gives the commission the absolute authority to put up signs on parking anywhere you want in the city, anywhere. You just have to direct staff to put them up.
I know I've been reached out to from people on the west side of Main Street. Still, some apartment people are parking in front of there, and then in front of Billiards and Gross. There's concerns of people parking there all day, blocking the insurance.
Well, then Travis is prepared to talk about enforcement.
Right. The enforcement issue is kind of what we talked about last fall, or late last fall, December, I think it was. The issue of enforcement is kind of since we did away with parking enforcement 20 years ago, we almost need a reporting party to say, hey, this car is parked, it's been here for way too long. We'll go issue the ticket. The problem is of course nobody wants to put their name or have to go to court, and understandably folks are down there owning businesses and things, and they don't want to do that. So there's other options to
chalk tires.
Well, was you able to read that case session?
Yeah, I
over to
read
you?
that case, and I'm not sure. I'm going to have to do a little more reading. There's a federal case that raises the Fourth Amendment search and seizure issues out of, was it Utah?
It was out of Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah.
And federal court ruled that you can't chalk tires because it's a illegal search without a warrant.
Oh, really?
Yes, that there's an expectation that nobody can track your car or do anything of that, which is what you're doing. If that
You can
tire-
track it with chalk?
Yeah, because if the car moves a foot, you're tracking its movement.
Huh.
So,
Well, don't leave it there 2
So,
hours.
and then, as Travis and I talked about, somebody has to be able to testify if you're going to send them to your city court that car has been there for over 2 hours. I've seen the whole
Yep.
thing. That's where it comes into, and we've talked about this. A merchant that lives there is the perfect person to say, that car has been there all day. Okay, will you sign this citation under oath, and we'll file it, and we'll get him in court, and you'll have to come testify. Well, we're having a lot of merchants that says, well, I don't want to do that. Well, I know. And we talked about alternatives, about, well, we looked at lots of things. Could we put cameras downtown and focus on the block and whatever, which we could do if the commission wants to spend that money. And we could see this car in this camera has been there since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's 4 o'clock, and it's still there, and we could go down and issue them a citation.
Right.
So if I could make just a quick suggestion, since we got a big agenda, if we can if the first step would be putting parking signs up.
I think
And then
signage
if we
would
have
help.
problems with enforcement, we can
Cross that bridge when we get there.
there.
Or parking meters. What about that?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, please.
I just went
We
to
discussed
Eureka
that
Springs
too.
a couple weeks
Yeah,
ago. They
that's-
got parking meters everywhere.
I
Eureka
know.
Springs.
So do you need a what do you need?
Can I ask something that that's probably pretty naive on my part, but I want to say this because I've talked to the same business owners, and they're hesitant to have 2-hour parking signs because they're the ones that park for 2 hours, and they think they're going to have to go move their car every 2 hours, or they're going to get in the same sort of problem. So it's hard to have actually, I'm blocking on the word. I want to say adjudicate this because of all the stumbling blocks. 2-hour signs are stumbling block. Parking meters are stumbling block. It's hard to get somebody identified to go to court. Once you get to court, it's hard to actually get fines paid and so on. So what I'm going to ask for is this. I think we all recognize that we all value each other as individuals in this community. And we've made a real effort to have affordable housing downtown. And I think those folks need to be recognized for as citizens that are valued, and their opinion should be valued. Now, likewise, we need to value the business people's opinion. So where I'm headed with this is, since it's so difficult to deal with legally, I'm really wondering. I actually asked one of the business owners if they'd be willing to participate if maybe we tried to have a meeting, and I'd be glad to coordinate and do it, a meeting with the people in the building. I don't know if that's been done, and the business owners, and see if we could come up, and my idea would be that some sort of acceptable, affordable plan, one of which maybe doing something with that parking lot back behind. In fact, one of the business owners said, well, why don't you just, put some gravel on it, pack it down, and although that's very temporary, at least it would open up some sort of parking space back there if it's not horrible drainage problems. So maybe there are some, I want to believe that everybody wants to do the right thing most of the time. I realize that there are so many blocks of that, but maybe we should give people an opportunity to do the thing. Would you guys be willing to have us do that, or?
Well, I respect your opinion. I disagree because the 3 business owners who reached out to me absolutely had no problem with 2-hour parking in front of their business.
Okay, well, I don't know which ones did, but I only talked to one of them today.
Yeah.
But anyway, but my point is, and maybe they all need to be getting together too to talk about what they feel like would be best for all their businesses, Josh.
Yeah.
My point is maybe sometimes there is a reason for getting the groups
Right.
together to say, hey, could we work on this in a cooperative way? And there's going to be people obviously that aren't, but maybe some of them.
Well, what if we make the recommendation that you put 2-hour parking, but in front of the businesses that ask for it? Is that
Well, the
logical?
signs, we don't have to even do that. Travis and I talked about that. Talked with our public works guy yesterday. The signs all have arrows on them. In other words, you don't need one in front of every. You put one in the middle of the block and say, hey, from here to the end of the block, there's an arrow that says 2-hour parking in between these signs, and you put them up in the other directions. That's enough signage legally. Then the question is enforcement. And maybe the thing to do is to, at least our little meeting yesterday, my impression was, our consensus was, well, let's go ahead and sign it. Let's start there. And I'm not going to name any names, but it's more complicated than that too. Because there's a business that has reached out and complained about parking. We need to sign it, whatever. Well, the person they're having a problem with is a disabled veteran. Well, our ordinance says that a disabled veteran can park wherever they want as long as they don't stay for over 24 hours. So we can't do anything to them anyway. I mean, it's that complex, guys. And seeing my friend back here from the Chamber of Commerce, we have fought and argued and discussed parking downtown for for 25, 30 years at least. I know. Well, I have that problem. I've got that. I have that problem too. My appointments last about 5 minutes. Don't make me feel bad.
So, what would be to get signs up? Do I need to make a motion? I mean,
just direct staff to put up signs.
I mean, I'm good with either way, but
in the downtown,
I don't feel like spending 2 hours talking about parking signs is a
it's
best
not
way to spend.
it's not productive at this
Right.
table. I agree with you.
And so,
if you just direct staff to put up signs in the appropriate places downtown, let them have a shot at it. You got your.
I mean, the chamber could schedule a meeting or just one if you want to have all the contact information and get.
But at least if you get up signs, you can take them down, you can move them, you can decide enforcement issues later on.
So does any commissioner have a problem with directing Travis and Jesse to put up parking signs in front of Gross and Billiards and then on the west side of Second Block of Main?
The whole entire block?
Well, we have it on the east side.
Right.
So just
I
on the west
know.
side.
I was more.
It's-
I was more going off of
There's-
Lindsay's. What's that?
There's 4 signs on Main Street, and they're all in the Tens block,
On the
and
east
they're about a
side.
half a block apart. So yes, we can do a better job of that. If you're asking on the national side, how many? I mean,
Well, I know that
I don't know.
I know that the 2 insurance companies reach out and possibly the hair salon across the street. So the problem is their customers can't get in. But once again, it's whatever.
Yeah, so I have a problem putting them up without without further business consensus, but I'm one of.
Well, I'm
five,
just
so-
saying, we've talked about this for 7-8 months constantly with the apartments downtown. The owner of the apartment could have took the lot next door and built a parking lot and chose not to, and now it comes back to us because we took that property back in. So, I mean, if anyone has a problem, then we don't have to do it. I think it doesn't matter,
Regardless,
but
we could put gravel in that parking lot right now and use it.
Yeah, and I think that's what the business owners were asking about.
I think we do that. I mean, that's not going to take
We
a
look at
couple.
doing that.
What?
Oh, we asked for our staff
Yeah.
to look into
Well, I
doing
think the
that.
problem was we're waiting for the alley to be done back there.
Yeah, absolutely. But no matter what, there's going to have to be gravel on the property anyway. So I say we put a couple of the rock in there, some parking curbs down the middle of it, and kill this whole conversation. And I think it would help a bunch if we take the stop sign down at 3rd National.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
saying.
Okay, motion's been made. We're going to get that thing down.
All right, so what was your? Did you make a motion?
Okay, so where are we going to put? Are they going to put down?
I think I did. Didn't I?
No, you did. To my knowledge, you did not make a motion. But I mean, what we're speaking about is what direction would we like to give to staff. I feel like we do already have a downtown group that's put together. This is something that if this is easily done to put gravel, we can direct staff to look at that. I would agree with Kevin on that. And then I think that there should be a conversation had as to what businesses that would affect, because is it the whole entire block, and then move forward with that. My 2 cents.
I mean, that's a simple fix, that parking lot. That's an afternoon or a day at the most, putting some gravel on that thing, spreading out, throwing some parking curbs on it, then he can go cut the trees down when he's done. So
Sounds good.
let's go. Spend more time talking about it than doing it.
Thank you, Travis.
We'll be in touch, Trav.
B, resolution for use of proceeds from lake property sale. This was a discussion we've been having over the proceeds from the lake sale, where we'd be putting that money. I don't know, Kevin, you've been talking about it. Do you have any suggestions, recommendations?
I just would like to stick with my original thought, was if we're, going to sell I think we talked about originally selling we're out for bid, and I think there's probably realtors here tonight to talk, or whatever, the bids are going out or whatever, to sell it. But I feel like the lake has had no attention for so long that 100% of that money should go for the sales of that into a special fund called the Lake Fund that is not spent unless it's approved by the city commission. We have a lake committee that can suggest what they need that money spent on, whether it be, gravel or whatever, to maintain things around there. And I think 100% of it I'd go there for building, a shelter house, putting more docks out. It really needs a lot of money put into that lake. It attracts a lot of people from all over the place. And I would like to see, for a time being, for these first group of lots that are sold, 100% of it put in a lake fund.
So let me add clarity to that. Are you talking about the 100% from the sale of the initial lots, or from all 7 or 8 or 9 of them, however many there are?
For right now,
From the initial sale.
the initial sale.
I would agree that we should take care of what we got, and we should update the houses and the beaches and everything that's there. I think it's a mistake to put the entire amount from all of the sales into that fund and designate it specifically for lake use. I think we got too many other things that come up and happen that could use a priority, like tearing down buildings, or, again, I always say healthcare, because I think that's still fragile in our community. And so I hate to designate it the lake fund. I think it should go in a fund that requires specific approval from the commission. And again, I want to take care and upgrade what we've got. But the other thing is, we have trouble taking care of it. So if we start adding more and more things out there, I'm troubled about the ability to maintain them and to sustain that after they're built. So I really think we need to think about it.
And I understand that, but we've built several walking trails, and we keep building more walking trails, and those are all require maintenance and lighting and things of that nature. But we continue to do that and make improvements, and that lake is a huge asset to this community, and it brings a lot of people in, and that I mean, I've got very vivid pictures of what the campgrounds have turned into for lackadaisiness over the past 15, 20 years. And there's a lot of people putting a lot of nice homes on that thing. And I think the citizens of the community deserve better facilities than what they have now. I mean, I go out there a lot, and those facilities are in bad shape. If you have never walked, have you been to the campground yet?
I've been through it, but I
was
we're
wondering,
saying- we're
because I
saying
asked
that-
you
we're
last time
saying
to
the
go out there
same
and look
thing.
at it.
We're saying the same thing, Kevin, that we think we should maintain what we've got. I certainly agree with using the funds to do that. I just don't think it's going to take $700,000 or $800,000 or $900,000 to do that. And again, what you just said goes to the point I was making, which is over a 10 or 15 year period, we've had trouble maintaining. And so if there's, you know,
I think the
if
goal
you
is not to
can-
get into the general fund. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's exactly right. Once
So
it gets to the general
if we
fund,
just had a fund designated that only the commission
called the Lake Fund.
can prove to come out of, whether you call it the Lake Fund or any
Sure.
fund, where we
Let's
have
call it
full
Let's call it
disclosure of
special use fund.
where to.
I would compromise. And, you know, you look at the people over on the east side who pay their taxes every year. How are they going to feel if all that money is spent at the lake and none spent over here? We're already maintaining the streets. We're mowing every day out there. We're spending a lot of money. I would say that to be fair, that we designate the funds that come in to be on a 50-50 basis. 50% of it goes to streets and 50% of it goes to lake improvements. I would buy that in a minute.
So if we
again,
put that together, what if we put it in a fund right now? We have Doug come back with what improvements might need, but I think we all agree it needs to be in a fund that only the commission controls.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so Jesse comes to us and says the east side needs whatever. Right.
Well, we're gonna have it though, Mike.
We're planning for it.
Well, it's not.
Look at the golf course.
Yep.
It's not even in the city.
All right, Michael. So either way, we got to do this. We can wait till we sell it and then say the money goes right to the general fund. We never acted. It's going to be spent for whatever. Yes, Lindsay.
So I just want to say, a couple weeks ago, I was on a web. I was just gonna say.
You're still not turned on, Lindsay.
Yeah, it is. I was on a webinar with the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation. They're doing a statewide housing survey, which is a desperate need also. And so I was telling them about our lake property and the potential sale and everything. And so I was just going to say, if you are going to consider anything else other than the lake fund, that they had some creative things that have done, like they talked about using that money for housing, to incentivize new housing in your community and things. So I just thought maybe rather than make like a quick decision, if you were going to use it for other purposes, that might be a good thing to reach out to hear some things that they know have been done in other communities, because they thought that would be good resource to use for that purpose to create more housing in our community. So I just wanted to throw that.
Yeah, Lindsay, I think that's the point. We do need to.
But I just thought rather than it being pieced out for different things that are decided on, that might be a good purpose. Just throwing that out there.
I sent Bob an example of one that we already have, so we hear you. We'll work together on it.
And Nancy, did you?
Nancy Van Etten, Chair of the Lake Advisory Board, and we've gone through this a lot with we have a subcommittee that helped to develop a plan for smart growth for out there, because that's what you requested. We also have Gunn, who is now our Parks Director. We can work together to come up with a plan. I know he can develop a budget for how much it's going to cost to make the maintenance and the improvements that we've already talked about having done. I think if we put this money in the general fund, that's going to be a big problem, because where's it going to go? It's the lake lots that are going to be sold that needs to go into the lake utility fund, water utility fund, and then that money needs to be used kept in there to be used for the improvements and maintenance. I would say at least for the first 9 lots that are going to be sold. And then after that point, then you can make some decisions. But that would put a lot towards improvement of the situation.
Well, and I want to.
So the public on the east side would feel good coming out, going camping, coming out, going swimming, doing your fishing out there. That's going to be a safer way to get down to the lake. It's hard to access things. There's a lot of docks that are just in bad shape. People can't really use it effectively. There's signages poor to get to there on Indian Road. I mean, there's a lot of things that can be done.
Yeah,
we
Nancy,
need to
I
know
will
how much
say
money it's going to take.
Yeah, we appreciate what the Lake Advisory Board does as recommendations to us to make the decisions. But like to Pete's point, if we just say that and then we have something over there and we already designated it straight to that, I think we all agree it doesn't need to be in the general fund. Sure. And we appreciate you guys' recommendations. But
we're just concerned that it's not going to be.
Well, I'm saying that, but like Pete says, there's people
improvements.
concerned over on the east side that pay city taxes, and it's concerned too.
Sure.
There's a lot of people concerned. And so just to say, hey, we live at the lake, it's lake money, you should go there. It's hard to say because anything can arise. And if we allocate all that over there, something comes up. I mean, we don't need to put.
I think the only reason we suggested that was because it is property that's at the lake that has been sitting there. This whole conversation got started 2 years ago when we were willing to sell off the whole east side of the lake for $42,000. So now we're here. Now we're talking about pricey lots. We're talking about making some money with them. And the only thought and concern I had was that had been gone so far for so long with no attention that I wanted to make sure that if we were selling lots out there and this isn't for people's personal lots or anything to do with personal stuff. This is about the public. This is about just like when we fixed up the swimming pool. We tore it down. We put a half-cent sales tax on everybody for, I believe it was 10 years because the whole community uses the swimming pool. And if you don't believe the whole community uses the lake, well, then you're sadly mistaken because everybody out there uses it. And there's people that can't afford to have a home on the lake. And they have, I'll get you, Michael. They have a facility over there called a campground where they can go over there and they can pitch a tent. They can use the water. We got sand down there for them now. And it's terrible accommodations right now. And that's why I wish when I ask you to please go out there and look at the accommodations, I really want you to get out of the vehicle and walk through the shelter house and see how gross it is. See how gross everything out there is. And we need money and effort put towards it. But I think now with the new Public Works Director and with Doug Guns, we've got some attention out there. We've got some wheels turning. So I think we're going to get some things going with money we already have anyway. So we may max out before we even get a lot sold. Who knows?
Yeah, you're right. If all 9 of these lots take to go out there, I'm good with it. But until we have Doug to come back to us and say, this needs done. And it's just hard to say give 100% until we actually know.
Absolutely.
I don't think any of us disagree that it's been neglected for years.
That's terrible.
And needs a bunch of work out there.
We're tearing down trees. Okay, Michael, you had.
We have lots of money to spend within the city limits, right?
Sure.
So,
Mike, need you.
we have lots of money to spend within the city limits. And Nancy, I understand, we could all run out there and jump in the lake, but ask those people on Andrick Street where they had to walk in the mud for a year to get to their house because we couldn't fix their street. Or talk to me about being washed off the side of the hill over here on the east side. Don't be selling city property and thinking you could take the money and designate it anywhere except within the city limits. We'll have a Fourth Amendment argument here about unlawful search and seizure.
Michael, we're still spending this money within the city limits.
Where?
On city property.
The city property, you're only enhancing the value of that city property when you're adding sand to the beaches and decorating a gazebo so that you could get your $100,000 a lot. Once those 9 lots are sold, there's no city property out there. Why are we wanting to build roads out there?
We have hundreds of acres of city property out there.
At the lake. Then why aren't we selling it?
What do you think we're talking about? This is the discussion we're having right now.
Okay. But you know what? We really should be spending money before we have it anyway.
Well, okay, so let's get some answers to your first questions. You said we should spend money within the city. That if we're selling city property, it should be spent within the city.
Yes.
And that's absolutely where we're spending the money. That's a city park. The city of Fort Scott owns. They do. We maintain the road from the beginning of the entrance all the way up around the park and out of the park. That's ours. The shoreline is ours, up 20 feet. We've been talking about this the Lake Committee's been talking about it now for a year.
And we could probably talk about it for another year, and we could argue about if there's a little city park outside of the city limits that we should spend money on all of the property around it. I don't agree with that, but that's just my opinion.
I'm just telling you, we're not spending city money in the county.
So we either need to table this or make a motion.
I mean, we're asking them to bring forward a resolution that we can look at and then actually take action on? Is that what you're?
I don't know, it's your motion.
That's my motion. I mean, that's what's on the agenda, resolution, but there is no current resolution, right?
Right.
And that's what you two just said, that you have the ability to work on a
Yeah,
resolution.
do you have something?
Well, I would I'd direct them to make up a resolution we can look at the next meeting and have something to actually work on. Yes, no? Josh? No.
Harold's going to speak.
Harold Martin. I live at the lake. Something that I haven't heard brought up is, it's been touched on, Kevin touched on it, is the value to the community for revenue of the lake itself. We spent a lot of money on a park down by the river. I don't know how much revenue that really brings into the city. Comparatively, how much money have we spent?
We didn't spend any city money in that park.
You're spending money to maintain it, correct?
Yes.
Cut the grass.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
You're spending money to
utilities.
maintain. You'll have to maintain the roads. I'm looking at this as an investment in the community, the lake being the draw and the investment. Monetize what that means to the community and all the business owners in the community by virtue of the people that come from outside the community that use that. And if we spend some money on that to make it a value to the community from that aspect, we might be further ahead. I'm not suggesting that for the next forever that all the money from sales of these 145 acres the city owns out there goes into a fund that's only spent there. But we can get the lake property that the city owns up and attractive and maintain it, and then utilize those funds across the city to do whatever's needed.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think any of the commissioners disagree. We've asked staff to go out and tell us what it needs. My only thing is if you have a bad roof and you get money on hail damage and say, hey, this is roof money. You don't just say, I'm gonna put all this money for a new roof. You might need some windows, you might need some doors. That's all I'm saying. Let's see what it costs to fix the roof before we say all the money's gonna go towards the roof. We might have money left over.
Right.
And so
my caution is if you put that money where it's directly accessible by any other department in the city, it'll never go to developing the lake
I agree.
as an asset for city growth.
And I don't think any commissioner suggested it go into the general fund, have we?
No.
Susan?
We
The only thing that I would suggest is if even if you don't make the decision to say how you're going to spend the money, there needs to be a resolution that creates the fund. Am I right, Terry?
Yeah. And
so that at the very least that needs to be.
I make a motion to create a fund called the City of Fort Scott Lake Fund.
Is that descriptive enough?
Well, I don't know
City
it.
of Fort Scott
What do you want me to call it? Special use lake fund.
yeah, I mean, would you be fine with amending that just to have a special use funds where only us as commission can direct where that money goes?
We can bring it back to the next meeting. How about that?
I would personally not be comfortable with that just for future.
So if we get
Commissioners.
900,000 and it costs 500,000 to fix the lake, we still have 400,000 left out to fix the lake. What do we do with that?
You could
No, I'm not
have-
saying that. I'm just creating a fund right now.
You could have a.
I'm not saying how much of it goes there.
You could have language in it that basically allows the commission to make the motion to transfer it back to wherever
what
they
I
need
want.
to.
That's
to
what I
spend.
want.
I'll second it. If it's, I don't know where Bob's at, to make sure it's detailed enough.
Are we giving direction at this point, or are we making a motion? Because
I made
at
a
this point-
motion.
I understand. My question is at this point, I feel like it is direction to the city attorney and staff to put that together to bring that back to us, so then we can review the language and approve the resolution.
I just made, yeah, I don't know. I just made a motion to
There's a
start.
motion and a second on the table, so we have to call roll. In discussion.
Right, and the motion was
So
to
Lindsay-
draft a resolution. What was the motion?
Motion was to create a lake, basically a lake fund.
Yep.
For the proceeds of
I'm
this.
assuming you're wanting to look that over before it just gets approved, just
Yes.
to make sure.
Approved by the commission, and then the commission also has the discretion to transfer it to other funds. That's what I.
You're not passing the resolution because we don't have a
Yeah,
resolution.
they're-
Right, you're drafting.
We're
it.
just drafting it so you
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
just
second.
trying to- Yeah, but the motion didn't include the word resolution. So that's to Lindsay's question, your motion is to draft the resolution to support the
To
idea.
create the fund. So at the very least, they have to have a resolution to create the fund.
Yes.
At the very least.
And then you can decide how you want to do it or divide it up, but you haven't committed to anything yet.
You have a
Call the
motion
question?
from Kevin Allen. A second.
I'm just saying, those people not to belabor this, but
Patty.
I don't think it's on. Sorry, Patty.
Turn your mic on.
Yeah, turn it off.
There you go.
I'm not belaboring this, but I do live at the lake, and I directed some people over there to our shelter the other day, and I went over to check it out. And my husband said he's never seen me run so fast when I opened the porta potty, and the wasps came out after me and literally chased me back to the car. I took pictures, the mud that had come under the shelter into the actual shelter room. I'm so sad that they had picnic things there, and that was what we were showing them from Fort Scott, that this is the best we can do for our little beach area. So I so encourage you, just go out there and look at it. You will be so embarrassed that this is part of our.
I think a lot of us have been out there. I
Okay,
know
great.
Kevin and I have been out there a bunch, but
Then you know how
and like I
bad
said,
it
I
is.
don't think any of us are against fixing up the lake. We just need to know what. Trust me, there's a lot.
I appreciate you getting out of your car and looking around. If I could get all the commissioners to do that'd be great.
Call the question?
Yeah.
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
If the motion is the understanding that it's to develop a resolution,
Correct.
not a fund,
Right.
then it's a yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes, and Bob, you think you can have that by next meeting so we can create the fund?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe.
I don't know if anybody's going to buy the lots. They're not very.
C,
I'll
deed
take 'em all.
restrictions, lake property for sale. Kevin, I know you're on the lake advisory, and I know they've talked about this. I don't know if you want to talk about it or let Nancy talk about it. Or
Nancy, if you want to take this one, you can talk about it. You're the chairman of the board. I'm just the liaison. You what? Turn your mic on.
As I said last meeting, and we talked about it several other meetings. 2 deed restrictions only. One is that it's a single-family dwelling.
And a stick-built house.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your input. I'm not really sure why they had you come back to say that again.
Because there's been a bit of debate about the size of the home. And well.
They don't have anything that they've asked at this meeting about the size.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and the original
The
thing.
original recommendation, there are people recommended a 1,500 square foot home, so I'm bringing the issue back up.
Well, you can bring it up, but it isn't.
the recommendation right now is single family home stick built.
Right.
Is there a motion to any commissioner have any problems with that?
Nope. I don't.
Is there a motion?
I would make that motion.
Okay. Are you going to go ahead? Are you going to put in the size of the home?
No. I would make the motion that we approve for the deed restrictions on the lake property that it be a stick-built home and a single-family dwelling
Just on these lots.
on these
Lots
lots.
sold by the city of Fort Scott.
What?
What?
What'd you say?
What? Yeah, I said just on these lots, not every lot around that is sold.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what to say.
I'll second that.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
I need to, so at any other point, will there be a discussion about the size of homes that have to be built on the lots?
No.
Don't look at me. It's at.
This is the final thing. This is saying there's no deed restrictions or there's no deed restriction saying that you have to build a 1,500 square foot home. There's people that build miniature houses and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, no.
Lindsey Watts.
Down the poor.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, appearances, Mr. Frank Halsey.
Is this on? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, it is? Okay. All right, thank you. It's been fun, as usual. I'm here representing Gun Park Trails, and I will be brief. But every year, I come before you all to talk about the Marmonton Massacre Festival. This year, we moved the Marmonton Massacre Festival from July to September in hopes of cooler temperatures. It continues to grow. This year, we moved it to September 18th and 19th. We've also moved our annual Triathlon to that same weekend. And both these events draw a lot of people to Fort Scott. And it's exciting, and the festival continues to grow and get bigger and bigger in Fort Scott, and it's a cool thing. It's 2 full days of activities. This year, with the Triathlon involved, there's also going to be a disc golf tournament involved, or not part of the festival, but the same day that Danny Craig is putting together. So we have Saturday, we have Sunday, we have entertainment on Saturday evening. We're having a chainsaw demonstration. Food trucks coming in, and then on Sunday we do the category races. We pay a lot of attention to COVID restrictions. Last year our event was the biggest event in the state because we advertised and what we did for COVID precautions, and people loved it, and they love our park, they love our town. So all I need from you is like your formal say, yeah, go. And in the past, what you've done is you've allowed us to close the campground for only participants and offer free camping for the participants. You've also provided EMS services down there the whole entire weekend. Since we're doing the Triathlon the same weekend, we would want firefighters on the river for safety precaution, and then EMS there from Saturday and part of the day on Sunday. That's all I'm asking. Do the same thing you've done in the past, please.
I move we do the same thing we've done in the past.
Excellent.
Second.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Lindsey
Frank.
Watts.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Terry Surser.
Greetings.
I know.
Member of the County City Commission and management and Mr. Mayor. I hope you have your audit close. If you can pull it out, please. It's the blue bound book. There's a loose letter that's inside. Take that out. We'll come back to it later.
I feel like I've heard this before.
This is, yeah, you probably have. This is, you've had a long meeting, so I'll try to just hit a couple important parts that we need to touch on because it's a little bit different than in the past. So let me just hit the important parts. I'm Terry Surser, Dill Bammer Bolton. Our office is right down across from Sharkey's. I've done the audit for years, and our audit report is on pages 1 and 2. That is what we issue. Everything after that is your financial statements. They're numbers derived from your reports you get every month, from your year-end reports, from everything that was provided to us by the city. And our goal is to give an opinion as to whether this financial statement on pages 3 and 4 fairly presents the receipts of the city and the expenditures and the cash balances for the year then ended. That is, we go in and verify that, confirm with the various payers that they've paid you your sales tax, your money through the state. We look at your utility billings to make sure your ordinances are being followed about what's being charged to utility customers. We make sure people are being paid based on their authorized pay rates and hours performed, and also then verifying the expenditures are proper for the city. Now let me point out something important. As you started this meeting, you approved the consent agenda. we don't verify that the expenditures are right. That is, you guys decide whether the expenditures are proper for the city. Now, obviously, if there's an expense for the city council commission to go to the casino and spend booze and have a crazy time, that's not a proper expenditure.
You
But
found
you're-
that?
What's that?
You found that?
No, I didn't.
I thought Susan had that
But
in.
my point is, you guys approve whether to spend the money on streets or whether you need to spend it on buildings or whatever it is. That consent agenda, when you review those bills every meeting, that's a very important part of you guys' job. Some expense there doesn't make sense, ask questions. So we don't question how you spend it. We just make sure it's verified with a proper invoice and it's a proper.
You're just
amount.
making sure the numbers are lining up.
And they're supported by backup.
Right.
So anyway, that's what we do, our opinion. And we issue a report on pages 1 and 2, which in essence says, in our opinion, these financial statements fairly present the receipts and expenditures for the city for the year then ended. It's an unmodified opinion, the highest level we can give. There are times we have to modify it, but we did not have to do it for the city this year. The other thing I'd like to point out to you is back on page 12. If you please go to that. Excuse me, page 11. Gosh, it's thin through here. Page 10. Page 9. We verify compliance with Kansas statutes. We're given by the state a 10-page list of statutes that we have to verify that the city is following, that the state thinks auditors should verify that the city's following. On page 9, we spell out any compliance with Kansas statutes. I'm pleased to point out there were no violations of Kansas statutes that we're citing for the city. Now, that's not a given. Past 2 audits I've completed, I've had violations of Kansas statutes, and they're right here in the audit on that page, but there's no issue for the city that we came across in violation of Kansas statutes. The one thing that's different this year, if you go way back to page 71 in the audit, way back to page 71, this year we had to perform a special federal audit. That is, we became not just auditors of the city, we're auditors of the federal government. By federal law, when you receive and spend over a certain level, we then have to perform audit procedures for the federal government. And on page 71 is a listing of all the federal programs that came through the city. And you can see some of them are pretty small. The Community Development Block Grant money is on page 71. Bulletproof Vest money. Airport Improvement had some good money coming in. The COVID money from the county. The biggest thing, though, that you maybe didn't think was federal money, but is your water intake project you have. That's not federal money. It's going to be a federal loan. USDA is eventually, Rural Development is going to eventually fund your temporary loan, but it becomes federal expenditures since it's going to be a federal loan. So we had to perform extra work this year required by federal statutes to verify, and you can see there's over $2 million that was actually spent this year in the water intake fund. So we went in and verified that. Now after page 71, there's 4 or 5 pages with verbiage. If there was a violation of a federal standard, we would have to have cited it. There, I will point out to you right now, we did not have, the expenditures were properly expended for the water intake loan program and the others that we looked at. So, in a conclusion, in a nutshell, an unqualified, unmodified opinion. There were no Kansas statutory violations, I'm pleased to point out. It's easy to have 1 or 2, but none for the city this year. And then this year, we had to perform extensive more tests for the federal requirements, and I'm glad to point out there were no federal violations to cite to you. So unless you have a specific question about the audit, I'll move to the loose letter.
You said a couple things. You said unqualified. You're just saying
it's not qualified means it's a problem. Everything was fine except your payroll's all mixed up. That would be a qualified
okay.
qualification.
Unqualified means there is no qualification. It's a clean opinion.
Okay, I thought it meant you were unqualified when you said unqualified
I
opinion.
hope I'm not.
and then the last question I have was the $2.6 million for the water treatment facility down there. You said that's money that's going to be loaned to us from the feds. Is that right?
Right now, it's a temporary note that you have brought out, but in another year or two, I forget what year it's coming. This year, okay, time flies. It's been going for a couple of years now.
Right.
It will actually be funded in a long term, amortized over 40 years. USDA Rural Development has a low interest rate, and they fire it out over 40 years.
Okay. Yep, loose letter.
So as far as the loose letter, for you familiar faces that have been here, this is the same wording we've had every year. We're required to give you in writing issues that we had in connection with the audit. Difficulties encountered during the audit, well, starting on page 1, just significant audit findings. That's all verbiage required to be in writing to you all with nothing really that's to be pointed out that's an issue. I do want to point at page 2, difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We did have a difficulty in that we started the audit and didn't realize it was going to be a single audit, which is the federal audit, because didn't realize that water intake loan is actually a federal loan, or ultimately going to be. So we had to do additional work this year for a single audit, but we got it done. Other than that, disagreements with management, we didn't have any issues. Nothing really going on, but we're required to give you this in writing, pages 1, 2, and 3. If you were here last year, you can probably get last year's, and the wording's the same except for the single audit issue. So I'll be glad to address any questions, but really there's nothing to really get into on the loose letter unless you have a question.
I think it's all pretty much standard, like you said, like it was last year. I'm just glad we got a clean report.
I'll just say it's always a pleasure to do work here. I don't live actually in the city, but I work in the city. I worked here for 36 years now. Hard for me to believe it's been that long, but time flies when you're having fun, right?
Right. So, yeah, an accountant, that's a blast.
The white hair shows that it didn't start when I was 12. But thank you all, and have a good conclusion to the meeting.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry.
Do we need a motion to accept this report? Okay, thanks, Terry.
All right, up next, Lee Davis Eagle Project presentation.
Hello, my name is Lee Davis, and I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. I'm a Life Scout, and I'm here to present my Eagle project. My Eagle project is to place a bicycle service station in Gun Park near Shelter House 6. Frank Halsey and I have discussed my project, and we believe that it is the best placement because it is at a trailhead where multiple races start, and it is such as the Triathlon, the Marmaton Massacre, and where the trial bikes are shown. If your bike breaks, the repair station has plenty of tools like a T25 hex key set, both Phillips and flathead screwdrivers, and an air pump. Fundraising is one aspect of the Eagle project. Since the $1,080 project is benefiting the city of Fort Scott, I would like to humbly ask for a generous donation from the city commissioners. I'll be working with Frank Halsey, Troop 42, and some of the trail maintenance crew. Gun Park is paying for 1/3 of the cost, and we are going to submit a grant for Bedco for another third. So I'm only asking for 1/3 of the total, which is $360. Do you have any questions?
That may be the cheapest ask we've had in a long time. I was waiting for 360,000 or something, but that's pretty cool. So okay, you act like you're a little nervous there, but you'll get better as you get older, I think. But okay, so these stations, how many are you talking is going to be out there?
Just one.
Just one? And where will it be placed?
Behind Shelter House 6. It should, if you look, it is behind Shelter House 6 between that and the river. It is at the opening of a trail.
Okay.
Is this like the one we have up front right now? So if we put one in the back, yeah. That'd be,
So does it have air on it?
It has a pump, yes.
Right, right.
yeah, if you get a chance, right when you enter Gun Park, they put one there a couple months ago, and it's, I mean, for a bike.
I'm in there twice
it comes
a
in
week.
quite handy, doesn't it? I mean, it's.
I say I'm in there twice a week, and I haven't seen. I'm surprised I haven't backed over it. But yeah, I think that's a great idea. So I will. I'll make the motion that we. Do you need a motion?
Yes.
Do we pay a third of this bike pump? And I think you did a great job on your thing. I hope you get another patch for it.
Yeah, you did. I mean, thank you for coming to us. I mean, this
Yes.
it's nice to see people like you come here and do this. I mean, it's especially the younger age. How old are you?
17.
17. Yeah, we appreciate it. So I'll second.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in. This is an awesome project.
Congratulations on your
Yes.
job, too.
Congratulations.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Jody Hayner, grant for water filling station.
Do you got any funny openers before you?
No, I
start?
don't. I was just thinking that's going to be a hard act to follow up. Man. I'm Jody Hayner with the Healthy Bourbon County Action Team. Over the last 5 years, we brought in a little over $1 million to the community in one way or another through several different grants. And one of those grants is the Blue Cross Blue Shield Pathways to Healthy Kansas grant. Our phase one was $550,000 over 4 years. And our phase two that we're doing now is another $400,000. But in that phase one, we awarded the city of Fort Scott grants for water bottle filling stations. And so, I brought some handouts for you guys too, so you can look at what the process is and what the grant applications were as well too. So the initial ask was made in May 12th of 2020 from the city of Fort Scott. And it was for several different water bottle filling stations. You can see on that application how many there are. The process for the bottle filling stations, or for the grants in general, for these implementation grants, are that the Healthy Bourbon County Action Team Board determines the amount of money that we're going to earmark or fund for certain packages or projects that we're going to do. This money in specifically was split. It was a $50,000 bonus funds that we got for all of the good work that we did. And so we split it between the county, Bourbon County, and the city of Fort Scott. And Bourbon County bought the mini dozer for the trails out there. And the city of Fort Scott submitted an application for the countywide water bottle filling stations. So the county has now bought their mini dozer, and they're doing a lot of good work. So I reached out to, so the city submitted the application. I look on it, it requires my signature for approval, and then it gets sent off to Blue Cross Blue Shield for their approval, and they cut the check directly to the city. So you guys have the money in hand. Let's see. So then in January this year, I asked for a status update on the water bottle filling stations and where we at on purchasing them, because we'd gone out to the different cities in Bourbon County and let them know that we've got some water bottle stations coming to you, and to start looking about where you want to install them at. I was told that apparently the bid that was submitted with the grant application from the city of Fort Scott was no longer going to be a good bid, because it was for indoor water bottle filling stations and not outdoor water bottle filling stations. And so at that point, we were like, that's no problem. Our grantor is very, very flexible. I reached out to Virginia, let her know. She said, I'm sure you're going to take care of it. And the board got together and we made recommendations of whittling down all of the countywide water bottle filling stations to 4. The total cost of the stations is $13,200. That includes the installation. Marketing promotion, $1,496. And so then a total grant budget of $14,696. That's how much money you guys were awarded. The locations that the Action Team Board recommends is one at Gun Park by the Little Lake Camping Playground Shelter 3, starting point for the disc golf. One over at Riverfront by the Healthy Bourbon County Action Team, our kiosk signs that we put up. One at Uniontown Station in the downtown park there, somewhere that's pretty highly utilized. And in Bronson, one station in the recommendation of the park or ball field that's highly visible location. The quote that was given to us is for this global industrial outdoor pedestal bottle filling station, and then a cost per unit is $1,576, and the installation is $1,700. So we don't want it to be a burden on these different communities for installations, so we went ahead and incorporated that into the budget as well. So I just need to know, to go back to my funder, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and your funder as well too, on timeline and status update on and if this is going to be an approved budget for your grant. And again, the process is you guys decide, I approve, sign off on it, and then I send it to Blue Cross Blue Shield. So
Right.
it takes all three of us to work together.
I think it's good you're doing stuff for the other communities too, like Bronson and
Well,
Uniontown.
that's what's so great about the action team is that we've been very clear that what's good for the city is good for the county, what's good for the county is good for the city. And throughout since the inception in 2016, we have always worked for Bourbon County as a whole and made sure that we included all of the little communities outside
Right.
the city of Fort Scott.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. So you just need us to approve to go out for the grant?
Approve this. I need an approval of this recommended budget, this revised budget, and then I need next steps for who's going to be purchasing the water bottle. And I can help get those new water bottle stations and the checks to the different cities like Uniontown, Bronson, or whatever. And I can go present to them. I just need to know status update.
Yeah. So do you need a motion to
Yes,
approve it? Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve the water bottle revised budget.
Second.
I'm getting thirsty just thinking about it.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you,
All right.
Jody.
So who should I contact on who's going to be ordering these?
If you could just send.
You got a list of people?
Yeah.
Say that's a
If
don't contact me.
what
I
time-
ain't ordering
what-
nothing.
Let's get some.
I ain't say nothing. Contact Susan.
Public
Yeah,
Works.
I mean, she'd be in charge of the finance, so I just contact Susan.
All right,
Susan, is that
Susan, we
okay?
have a link of
Contact you?
where you're supposed to order them, so you just need to go and order them. I can send it to you.
Thank you, Jody, and thank you, Susan, for that working together.
Thank you, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Work on an opening line too, if you wouldn't mind.
Ted Hesson.
I'll let it work.
KSDE Tour.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ted Essong, Superintendent of USD 234 Fort Scott. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to personally invite City Commissioner members to our the Kansas Can Success Tour that's happening August 16th. That's from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the River Room. Dave and Tina Lipe have allowed us to do that. It's a teacher's report that first day, so we thought we'd do it off campus to have it there, but everything's going to meet our needs to do that, so we appreciate you for that. What this is really is the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Randy Watson, and the Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Brad Newenswander, will be in town. They're going across the state of Kansas. They did this in 2015 when Dr. Watson was hired. Basically, they went out and asked, what does a successful Kansas graduate look like? And they got feedback from mainly educators. And then they went back out again and got feedback from the business leaders, community leaders, and did that. And from all that information that they garnered, they came up with the mission or the vision that Kansas leads the world in the success of each child. And from that, they created outcomes the State Board of Ed did that the commission Dr. Watson is putting forth to get those things in place. And basically, they're coming back out to evaluate how those outcomes are doing, get feedback to see if we need to go in a different direction. Just what you would do is you would evaluate any vision that you have to do that. So they're going to be here August 16th. It'll be their third stop of the day. So we're happy to host them, and we'd like to personally invite you guys to attend if you're able to make it. It'll just be, they'll be getting feedback and mostly conversations at tables, and they'll be documenting the notes and then taking and compiling and then presenting that to the state board when they do that. I think there's I want to say 150 stops is what they're trying to do in a short amount of time. So it's pretty impressive what they're doing. But they'll be here August 16th, and we'd like to invite you all to do that.
So it's from 6 to 7:30.
Yeah.
That's usually when I eat.
Oh, well, you can eat downstairs and then come on up.
There won't be food.
Oh, there'll be some snacks. There'll be
Okay,
light
what
snacks,
kind of snacks?
A few drinks. I don't know. I'm not in charge of that one. So. But yeah,
You know
there'll be
who
some
is.
light snacks. So.
Dave?
So, but we would like to invite you and hope you can attend to give feedback and listen to Dr. Watson and talk about the vision. Our board is on board with that. We use it as part of our accreditation process, the outcomes that do that, as long as with our local goals. So kind of helps drive the bus, and we appreciate you guys coming to give feedback. So, all right.
Appreciate it, Ted. Thank
Okay.
you.
You had to bring up buses. You had to. He brought up buses.
All right, new business, the one we added for the motor season. Do you have the numbers for that?
For transmission for the Mack truck. And actually, Jesse can probably talk to it better than I can if you feel comfortable. Okay.
Yeah. Put him on the spot.
I know. I'm sorry. I told you we wouldn't have to talk.
It's for the dump truck. It's been sitting for 2 years now, I think, roughly, or a year and a half. The transmission, one company said they didn't even want to touch it. So there's another company that says they could rebuild it, and but they don't. That's if everything's okay to rebuild it. So it's not even a sure thing. Or we can take it to Mack, the actual dealership in Joplin, and they'll give us an actual Mack transmission. And I think that would be our best bet. Or we can sell it.
So you're talking about taking it down there and they'll install the transmission and everything?
Yep.
And what kind of money is it?
And this is outside of my authority, so that's why it's coming to you. It's under the $10,000. I think it was like 9,000.
It's 95 and some change.
What are the numbers on the rebuild and the numbers on?
87 on the rebuild, and that's if everything's perfect and they can rebuild it, so it could cure more costs.
Right.
And is 87 and some change, and then 95 and some change.
And 95's new.
Yeah. That's from Mack.
Well, that'd be foolish to, save $800. So yeah, I would. That truck's like you said, it's been sitting back there for 2 years with the transmission sitting out of it. Why we haven't had it fixed sooner is beyond me. So.
And you said something about we could sell it, but you think it's something we need to keep. And use?
Yeah, because we probably couldn't replace it. I mean, the county's interested in buying it if we want to sell it, but it costs us about $40,000 to replace it. We can sell it for $25,000. I mean, if we put $10,000 in a transmission, we'll have $35,000 in it. So, I mean.
Tom says the motor's good, strong, everything else on the truck's solid.
Yep.
His tranny went out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to do that.
Second.
I think we should bring Lee back for his warning.
What's that? Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Josh
Thanks,
Jones.
Jesse.
Yes. Jesse. All right, approval of contract for audited service 2020.
It's kind of backwards, but it should have come to you a long time ago. But they were late in getting it to us. So basically the audit he just presented.
I make the motion.
Second.
Pete Allen.
What's the contract for?
The account.
The audited service.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. The AWOS grant approval for exception from purchasing policy.
And Seth's here to talk about that.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Seth Simpson from the airport.
So the exception is because we received a KDOT grant a long time ago for a new AWAS, and COVID happened, so we haven't been able to purchase it because the FAA wasn't able to travel and certify it. There's only 2 companies that were allowed to purchase, or correction, 2 types that were able to purchase due to the grant, and they're owned by the same company. So it's really a sole owner company. So we received a 9010 grant for $121,178. And like I said, it was just for basically the one company that owns both companies. The quote is $105,170 and $10,000 to install. And the $10,000 install also includes 1 year of maintenance, which we have to do every year anyways, which costs about $4,000. So it's really a $6,000 install. So I'm just requesting to be able to purchase it and the exception to the policy.
And so our cost is just the 10%.
What happened to it? It's still functional, but it's outdated, and within a few years it will need to be replaced. Wind direction and speed of change. No, it's new technology that it's just like my next project. They're phasing out those type of things, so before long there won't be parts, there won't be that sort of stuff. So no service.
So you're just looking for a motion to go out.
And this is all covered by the grant.
90%.
90.
Yes.
Right. I've already made like 3 motions in a row.
I would make the motion to approve the AWAS
Purchase.
bid or
Yeah,
yes,
purchase. I don't even know what the company name is. What's the company name?
It's DBT.
There we go.
Second.
DBT or quote. My goodness, my brain.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Fuel pedestal grant.
Okay, so for the second one is the fuel pedestal. We once again received a KDOT grant 9010 for $20,000 to upgrade from the M3000 to the M4000. Currently it's on a dial-up system, so obviously everybody knows that dial-up is going away. So it's going to be a hardwired line connected to the fiber internet we already have. We are currently out of date. It is no longer, they're no longer making parts, they're no longer servicing, so if the motherboard goes out of the keypad, we're stuck with it anyways. Right now we are receiving, I think it's a $1,200 discount because they're going to the new system. So as of September, if we purchase after that, $1,200 discount goes away also. So price will go up. So it's a $20,000 9010 grant, and the quote is for $14,475, and I'm not sure exactly how much the install will be because I'll have to get somebody to give it. That's the quote to purchase it.
Yeah, and you say we've received a $20,000 grant for that?
Yes, once again it's a 9010 grant.
Is the install? I mean, is that going?
It shouldn't go over the 20. I don't see any reason. I just don't know how much exactly because I'm gonna find out who can do it.
And I don't have an airplane yet. Maybe someday.
I got some for sale if you want.
Well, I'm probably not going to do that. I wreck enough equipment as it is. You say it's a fuel pedestal. What are you talking about?
So I guess to explain it a little better, for our self-service for jet fuel or 100 low lead, anytime somebody comes during the day, after hours, whatever, they can come up and just swipe their card and get it. 100 low lead is self-service only. We don't have a truck for it. Jet A, we can do truck or self-service. So if somebody wants 100 low lead, they have to go through the system.
So this will just modernize everything. Bring it up.
Yes.
You said it's not. What was the one you called it before? Like
It's an
flip over?
M3000 going to an M4000, and the M3000 is on dial-up internet.
Okay.
So it'll go hardwired, or we have the option to, if we wanted to be using a cellular service, which is an extra fee on top of what the quote is, and then you'd have like a $400. So I wouldn't recommend that. Just put the hardwire line in because we've already got a line. Just pull it out.
And you think we can cover that within the $20,000 grant anyway? All right. Well, I'll make the motion for that.
Second.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Thank you, Seth.
Thanks, Seth. And you need to slow down talking. You go so fast. Like, I could tell. I thought we was having an auction for a second.
Discussion.
Well, I can tell. You talk really fast.
Discussion of code enforcement training and adherence to the International Property Maintenance Code.
Are you not going to do the moderate income housing grant?
What
Hasn't
am
it?
Is it on
This
there?
is your mayor.
It's right here.
We'll do. Is it on the agenda?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's D.
Oh. Yeah, approval to go out for request for proposal for moderate income housing grant. Sorry.
I know that this is a grant that's coming up, and I don't think we want to miss out on the opportunity. We don't have staff to do this right now, so I don't know if you want to maybe look at Bourbon County Ready to maybe help us with this, or
Yeah, we are low on staff right now. Yeah, we need to reach out to somebody to help us.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that, I mean, I would, if we go after that, I would recommend using Bourbon County Ready. Of course, we need to talk to them and make sure they're good with it, which I think Rob would be. Does any commissioner see a problem with that? So you need a motion to go out for it?
or just direct me to get with them. Yeah, I think you need a motion to go after the grant.
Well, I'll make a motion to go after the grant, get with Rob with Bourbon County Ready to work with them and see if they are willing to work with us.
And what has happened in the past is we took proposals from local interested parties and then the commission can determine which one they want to apply for that, and then we go after the grant. So it's really kind of a process.
So what are you asking for right now?
I guess to request for proposals, and I'll get with him to tell him how we've done it in the past. Go.
So you're making a motion to go out for requests for proposals for the moderate income housing grant?
Yes, utilizing Bourbon County Ready if they so choose. That's my motion.
And is there a
Second? Oh, sorry, I apologize. I thought
Okay.
somebody did.
Who seconded you?
I did. Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Abstain.
Lindsey Watts,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Discussion of code enforcement training and adherence to the International Property Maintenance Code. How you doing?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Bill Downey. I'm the newly appointed Administrative Sergeant appointed to oversee animal control and the Codes Department. I was asked to be here tonight to present some information to you regarding the qualifications of our officers and training regarding them. The first piece of information I want to share with you is that I was asked whether our office had a copy of the International Codes Council 2012 Manual for Property Maintenance Code. In actuality, that's just one element of the codes that y'all adopted several years back. So the manuals that my office has at this time are the International Code Council 2012 manuals for Property Maintenance Code, Residential Code, Building Code, Mechanical Code, Fuel and Gas Code, Plumbing Code, the Fire Code, which is handled by Fort Scott Fire Department, and then we have the 2011 Electrical Code. As some of you may be aware, in 2013, the state of Kansas removed the certification requirements for code enforcement officers to be inspector qualified, meaning that the individuals we have employed in the codes office at this time can perform inspections because the state does not require them to be certified to do so. That said, I have 2 employees in the codes department. One employee has received formal schooling in codes enforcement, though he is not presently certified. Although as of this afternoon, he enrolled in an inspector program. So he is enrolled in a program so he can become both residential and commercial inspector certified. My other employee has over 41 years of experience in the home improvement business. As of this week, we renewed our memberships in the Kansas Association of Code Enforcement. It's an acronym called CASE, K-A-C-E. I have set a goal for myself and our officers that by fall of 2022, our codes officers will be certified by CASE, again, that's the Kansas Association of Code Enforcement, by them. Now, what that requires for them to be certified by CASE as code enforcement officers is for them to attend 3 consecutive conferences. CASE puts on 2 conferences per year, one in the spring and one in the fall. So our guys will be going to the upcoming CASE training in November, and then they'll go in the spring and then again next November. So a year from now, they will have achieved certification so far as the state association is concerned. For every conference they attend thereafter, those are considered continuing education hours so that they maintain their certification so far as the state association is concerned. However, we're going to go a step further than that, and that by December of 2022, which is 18 months from now, both current code enforcement officers and myself will be nationally certified code enforcement officers by the American Association of Code Enforcement. That is an organization that is a preferred training provider by the International Codes Council. By the end of 2023, it is my goal for myself to be nationally certified as a code enforcement administrator. Off topic as far as the training goes, we felt it was important that there be some uniformity in appearance in our office. And so I've met with Chief Shelton and Captain Pickard. We're going to order our employees shirts with the city logo, with their name and codes department on the opposite side, so that when they are out interacting with members of our community, people will know with whom they are interacting, as opposed to wearing, say, a Chiefs shirt or a Royals shirt, which we all like to wear, but for professional purposes and professional appearances, we're going to put them in uniform polo shirts. May I answer any questions for the council regarding our training agenda or anything regarding codes at this time?
I have questions on current buildings in downtown Fort Scott that,
yes, sir.
that are falling down.
Yes, sir.
What are we going to do about those?
Well, I think that's something of a razor's edge, as we've come to find out, because there are some buildings where the owners of those buildings have great trepidation about having city officials come in there. We may have to, but we may find ourselves in a situation where we may have to work with the new county attorney on getting something that looks like a court order in order for not just the fire department to go in and do an inspection, but also codes inspectors to go in and do their inspections as well. I think it's important for the commission to understand that we're trying to build a collaboration, a partnership with our fire department so that we can do inspections together. And that is certainly one that has come up, Mr. Allen.
Well, I think that that's a requirement. It's not an option. It's a requirement that that we as the city do that. And I'm a little bit familiar with the code, and what's our time frame? My understanding, you can stand there and look through the ceiling right now on this one building down there.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that because of the Eagle Rock building that this has become a forefront issue, right? We actively, I've been on the job a week, so give me a little grace period here, but we have been conversing with our fire department counterparts, and we want to actively go in and do those inspections, I just think the council has to be aware that we're going to meet some resistance from some
Bob,
people.
Bob, can you help out with the legal side of
Well,
emergency
people have a right-
ordinance? Or,
Well, people have a right not to let you in their property.
like, I know
And so
that.
that's what he's saying is that
Right.
if-
So what do we need to bypass that? How do we
You
say?
can't, you can't bypass it. If he determines that he needs to get in a building and there's probable cause existing, then he's got to go to the county attorney's office.
So I will say that Shane Walker with the county has offered his service for drones to get up and look at the roof to see if there's holes, and we think that, I think would probably be enough
That
for
would be
you
very
to,
helpful.
to take to the county. That's something that, that I talked to him today about, that he's more than willing to use his drone to get up there and get you footage.
I think that would be a tremendous partnership. We are well aware that we're going to have to work with Ms. McElroy probably to gain access to a couple of buildings. But
Do you think
as
that's
Mr. Farmer
something-
pointed out, we're going to have to establish probable cause before we can do that.
Do you think that's something we could do this week to maybe get with him and maybe that would help establish probable cause? Because I mean, I agree with Pete, that building's been bad for at least 10 years.
At
I'm well aware of
Yeah.
the firestorm I've walked into.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to offer any assistance that we can. You know, we have the county guy willing to do that, and I just hope we utilize that as quick as possible.
Okay. Can I answer any other questions?
With the C-Click fix, I've had some people in the community reach out to me about different homes that, last year we completely annihilated our demolition budget due to cutting costs during COVID. And we've almost accounted for or allocated for all of those funds this year or close to it.
I've been working with Miss Susan. We do have money earmarked for the 9 demolitions, which will come before you on September 7th.
Okay. And I guess I would feel like I feel like we need to in some way advertise C-Click Fix if we're going to continue to utilize this asset that we have. If the Coast Department feels that it is an asset, but we need to get that out to the public, because I've had a lot of people reach out to me about different properties that are in condemnable, and we all know if I drove past a few more today. But how do we get the public to utilize that asset so then we can be prioritize that in
My
the best way for you?
recommendation is, because we live in a digital world, is that both on the codes page and the public works page, maybe there's a link there or some type of something on each of those respective pages where people can click and it takes them directly to C-Click Fix. But I think having it on the site is a good tool. That way people are aware of what their resources are when they go to those respective pages.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate the update and appreciate the efforts for training. I think we've long neglected that, and I really believe that this is a step forward.
Thank you.
Thank
Our
you.
goal is to be above and beyond whatever the state requires. And so that's our goal.
Right. I would suggest maybe after you implement those goals, us as a commission set our own. So in the future, as long down the road after you're gone, whoever's gone, we stay with those, recommendations, even though the state didn't require it. It's something we can require here inside the city.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. I think my guys would agree with that.
One question that has nothing to do with your codes enforcement. I picked up a dog yesterday on 69 that was running in the middle of the road. I was just wondering if you knew if it found its home. One of the officers came and picked it up.
But if you call me about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, I'll put you in touch with Miss Jessica, who's doing, by the way, a marvelous job with our animal control.
She the new animal.
Our shelter is absolutely impeccable.
I'm gonna have to
and if
come
you
by.
follow our animal control Facebook page, she's doing a wonderful job.
All right. I'm gonna have to check it out. Thank you.
You can contact me tomorrow. Anybody else?
Yeah. Appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. All right, F, under new business, approval to send Lake residents survey from Lake Smart Growth Committee.
If you don't mind, if Nancy's still here, she can talk to this.
The survey was put together by the Smart Growth group just to get feedback from our lake residents. And at our last lake advisory board meeting, we did approve it with some changes, just some editing, and that's what this is. We thought we really needed to get an okay from y'all because our board is accountable to you. So we wanted to have that be okayed before we send it out. We have emails, and we also have addresses for everyone that is a resident or owns property out there at the lake, around the lake. So that's why we wanted to have it brought forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I think, things like this you're doing helps us out tremendously. It possibly could be something we could even utilize outside of Lake Fort Scott residents as well. So just you putting it together, we appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thank you, Nancy.
So you just need our
Motion.
blessing, a motion. So I'll make the motion to allow that to be sent out.
I'll second that.
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Approval of bid for Lake Fort Scott property sale. Bob, I just have a quick question. I have 3 of these realtors I'm under contract with on selling houses. Do I need to abstain from this as a conflict of interest?
You probably should.
Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to make that aware. So, all right, approval for bid for Lake Fort Scott property sale. We have 4. I don't know if the commission just wants to hear from each of them. I know we have some of them here. I know Jared. Jared, if you want to come up first and speak, since I shut you down earlier. Sorry.
I'm sorry about
No, you're good.
I was just so excited to tell you guys about our past experience out the lake and then commercial properties. And I'm assuming everybody is moving their car because of the 2-hour parking sign outside. And the rest of us are going to be fined. So we'll see you in city court. We'll be right back here. But anyway, my name's Jared. I'm the owner-broker of Front Door Real Estate in Fort Scott, right next door. In your packet of information before you, there's a folder that contains proposals to represent the city on 2 real estate offerings. The first being the lots owned by the city at Lake Fort Scott, and the second, the commercial property at 4500 Campbell Drive in the industrial park. Please take the time to look over that information. I spend a lot of time on it. There's a lot of information there. But to give you the Spark Note or Cliff Note version of what's there in that proposal is that our office is the right match for anyone, specifically the city of Fort Scott, in the market to buy or sell lake or commercial property in the area. Since 2019, Lisa Ward, Crystal Mason, and Diane Stryler have sold over $2 million in lake property, representing 59% of the buyers and the sellers at the lake, with the average listing available for less than 125 days. Our competitors at other firms, their listings sit for an average of 613 days at the lake. All 3 of these licensed agents have pontoon boats on the water, and they have the ability to provide interested parties a unique tour of the lake properties available by both land and water. In regards to commercial property, our firm is represented by volume 75% of all listings and 47% of all sales in the commercial sector since 2018. In that same time period, we have successfully listed over $2.5 million and represented buyers at over $1.3 million. Additionally, we've asked for letters of recommendations from past clients to support our proposal for representation of the city. Those are in your packets. There are several lake buyers and sellers with recommendations for us. Unfortunately, our proposal does not tell you our marketing strategy because to us, that is our bread and butter. So we have put in there that with an executed letter of intent from the commission, we'd be delighted to lay out our strategy plan for both offerings. Crystal Mason and I are both here. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. I gave you a lot of reading, and you probably just got it. So
We did.
Okay.
We did. It's been a crazy week, so.
Yeah, it has been crazy for you guys.
Does any commissioners got questions for him? And we'll move on to the next one, your presentation.
I don't think I do it this time. Thank you.
Perfect. I'm always available. I'm usually on this block somewhere.
And we
So-
might have, after we go through the people, we might have
Right.
questions after we listen to it.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I guess I have one question. Yours, Jared, was 5% on both of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Stacy.
Hello, I'm Stacy Wood with Stutzman's Action Realty, and I too have put together bid proposals for both properties. In your package, you can see that on the lake lots, I proposed 5.5% commission, but I will also include an addendum that if I bring the seller, that I would bring it down to 4.75% total commission for the lake lot.
So, okay, explain that. You said 5.
Okay, so it would be a standard 5.5% commission, the 2.75 for the selling side and 2.75 to the listing side. But should I bring the seller, I represent both the seller and the buyer, I would do an addendum to make it a total of 4.75% commission to the city, saving a little bit of money. But the one I really want to dig in and talk to you guys about is the commercial one at 4500 Campbell Drive. I am partnering with Keller Williams out of Joplin, Missouri. I have already contacted them. I have a team put together to come in and not only market it from, so my MLS goes from, and also Jared and Crystal's MLS, and most of everybody in Fort Scott goes from about St. Joe over to Iola, over into Nevada and Missouri a little bit to Fort Scott. Pittsburgh will soon be included in that. But the company that I have, Keller Williams out of Joplin, they go all the way over to Branson and Springfield area, well into Missouri. But not only do they have that coverage area, they also advertise nationally and have a very reputable reputation to bring in businesses outside of Fort Scott, which I think is what we need for that building. It's a 35,000 square foot building. I went over, just in our MLS, I went over 400 commercial properties. There was only one that was larger that has sold in the last year. That was comparable to the size of the community and the building structure. So I really think that Keller Williams, along with Stutzman's Action Realty, can bring an entirely different audience that is what Fort Scott would be looking for. Thank you. Yes. Yes. So basically, that is really what I want Keller Williams for, is marketing. We will, Stutzman's will handle all of the day-to-day transactions. We'll handle the contracts. I really just reached out to them because we need national marketing. And they're a commercial brokerage. This team, that's all they do is commercial. Right now, they have the John Q. Hammons Trade Center for sale. A lot of big properties. One of the guys, Gil Stevens, just did the Menards deal. You know, he was involved with that land property. I'm previously working on them. How I got connected with them is we have a deal going on in Joplin. My husband works for a company that has the old Holiday Inn building down there, and so I've been partnering with them on selling some of that land. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone from Lions Realty here, or Lance Anderson? No. So do we have any discussion on the approval bid for Lake Fort Scott property sale?
Well, I thought when we originally started talking about this, again, correct me if I'm wrong, and Nancy may have something to speak as far as from the lake side of the property being sold, we talked about it selling at public auction. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think the 17 acres, that's how you guys decided.
It was talked about going out for a sealed bid, and then going out for it, and then it was decided that we would do it by the auction.
Public auction.
And I think when they put new properties out, decided to put it out for proposal again to make sure.
Due to the, I mean, due to the completely different nature of what that property is.
So if we did stick with the auction, would you auction as a test run? Could you auction two? Auction 4. I mean, that's my question because, or I mean, I'm open for suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Because these are two different types of bids here, the way I'm looking at it. Because now we've got a public auction bid, and we have a put it on the market bid for the lake. I mean, I guess we could split those two up. They obviously are split up. We could sell the lake property at auction and sell the one that Stacy was just talking about, 4500 Campbell Road, on the realty side.
is there, Bob, is there any reason why we can't split these lake properties up?
No, you can do whatever you want. It just boils down to an auction is wonderful if the right people show up to bid.
Right. And I'm assuming if we go to auction, we can put a reserve minimum.
Reserve, right.
And don't they usually have to have cash?
Well,
Cash payment?
Or solvent, or
right.
solvent.
So it's a whole different animal. And if it's a good auction, it's wonderful. If it's a bad auction,
Right. I mean, I think I'm just saying, if you go that way, there's things you can put in place. I mean, just like selling a house on the market, you don't have to take
Right.
whatever offer you get, and you can do that with an auction also.
Sure.
I'm just saying either way.
but yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Well, at 5%, I mean, it's straight across, whether you put it on real estate or whether you put it on the auction on the lake ones. It's going to be, I mean, they're all 5% except for Lions was 6%. I guess, and I'm still a little bit confused. I'm not real confused. You're saying if you list it and sell it, then it'd be 4.75. But if you list it and one of your other agents sells it, it'd be 5.5. I mean, I would think that we would go with I don't want to auction all 9 lots off at one time. Nancy, did we not discuss it? That would probably be a bad idea.
Better given a little bit of information that, depending on, you know, what are our abilities to have the construction done here locally. If you sell 9 at once, all together, you know, if someone's going to be building, we'd like to have people be the builders from locally. I mean, that's the only thing I think we talked about. But,
Yeah, we also talked about splitting the last 2, or the ones down on the south side of the east side of the lake. You know, putting them in 2 lots. What do you guys think? Do you want to sell 2? Do you want to sell 4? What are you thinking?
and I thought that was something that whoever got the bid was going to make some recommendations. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Whoever. Okay, so I guess the question is, do you want to go auction or do you want to go real estate?
Well, I say we will talk about that, but anybody that has the listing is not going to say, I'm just going to sell 2 of them. Well, if you have the contract to sell 9, you're going to sell 9. Let's be honest, you're going to make commission on all of them. You don't care if it sells for 50,000,
Right.
100,000. I mean, you have the option to sell a 9. So if that's the way you go, I don't see any realtor not saying we're not going to sell all of them, or auctioneer.
So we would be looking at how many properties we would want to sell at a time.
Harold's back up the podium.
I just have one observation. Under the structure of an auction, you're limiting your audience to cash buyers. Under a real estate sale, you're opening it up to a lot larger audience.
I will say that's not true, because with notice, basically what you do is you go secure a loan up to a certain amount, and at the auction you know what you can spend. So it's cash, but you know beforehand how much your bank's going to loan.
Right.
So
And I would not know to do that as a private citizen.
Right. Yep.
A real estate developer would know to do that.
Right.
But the average person that's going to buy a home or a property to build them is not versed in those particular practices.
Right, but I think like Josh is saying, like if I was going to buy a dozer at an auction, I really wanted it, then I'd go talk to my banker first and see if he was going to, float the loan for the $75,000 dozer.
I'd have to come to you for that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's going to be either way.
Well, is our effort here to select one of these realtors?
One
Or
all of, or more. I mean, we can divide them up.
what are we trying to accomplish
Yeah,
here?
the accomplishment is, this is a request for proposal on who we would choose to sell the properties.
Well, are we not required to go with the low bidder?
No, because it's not a bid, it's just a request. It's just like when we did the engineer and the lawyer, when we didn't have to go with low. I mean, we're looking at qualifications as well.
So if you do, I have a question. Just like, I just have a question. So if these realtors, if you decide to do auction and these realtors are not, and don't have an auctioneer on their team, like Lance, would they go contract with an auctioneer to have the auction? Or I was just confused how that would.
No, and that's part of the bid process on how you would sell it. So if during the bid process, if they wanted to auction it and had an auctioneer, they could have put that proposal out like Lance did. If Lance has a realtor, he can say, hey, I can put it out on the market. So just a request for proposal on the best way each realtor thought they would sell it or how they could sell it.
So if you decide to auction, there's only one choice.
It
then
was
that submitted.
Yeah, because
right?
well, he was the only one that put up the auction. Every other one of them could have put up an auction proposal. So they weren't limited in saying they couldn't put up an auction proposal. Any realtor could have put up an auction proposal.
They brought forth what they felt like was the best plan to sell the properties.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so in that regard, you guys are talking about dividing them up. And I'm still confused about how many properties we're going to sell at one time. In fact, I'm still confused about how many properties there are. There's 7 or 9.
Do you know where the lake is?
Kind of. So there are 9 properties. So, and 4 of them are contiguous in that gazebo area.
No.
Or are there 4 that's 3 that are we divided into a lot of 3?
There is.
Either. Well, what I'm asking is, can we do this? Can we split this up? Can we do some of them by auction and some and actually we're floating a trial balloon, see which sells the best.
We can do whatever we want.
Well, that would be my suggestion. We get as many.
Yeah, if you, as an
involved as we
example,
can.
if you can do whatever you want. If you decided we're going to sell 2, let's sell 2 at auction and then pick a realtor to market the other, because
yeah, that's
what you want to do is to sell them for the biggest bang for the buck.
That's what I'm.
And the realtor is going to get you the biggest bang for the buck that he or she can.
Yeah.
Because they get a percentage of whatever is. Yeah.
Well, and everyone listed gets a percentage of what it sells for.
Yeah.
Did you want to know where the properties were?
No, I wonder how we had them split up. The one lot, and originally they were going to be 4, and then I think we split them into 3. Is that?
Here's the gazebo we talked about originally. Here's the second gazebo. This is 2 lots. That's 2 lots, and then we added the additional here. Was the
Sketch.
additional 5.
You have done a perfect job of drawing that right behind that post.
I mean, you can lean a little bit. There you go. Okay, that's the lake. That's the first 2. That's second. First 2, second 2. Additional 5. And that's a tree that we're probably gonna take down so we can get some sideline from Michael.
All right, so the question we answered is how many you want to sell? Do we want to leave it up to the realtor? That's the first question. Any suggestions on that?
Well, I'm not against the public auction, and I'm with Pete. I think we, but it would be interesting to see, especially since we're trying to figure out the best way to do this. If we also, so we did some of them in a public auction, and then took our basically lowest bid, which looks like front door. Or if you can list with 2 people, I don't know. Stutzman's also 4.75.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a bunch of
Realtor
discussion.
training
We
since I
just need
don't
a
know.
motion now. So.
But list part of the properties for market and do a couple of them under auction and see what happens.
Well, here are our experts.
Yeah.
We're sitting there. We're not realtors. Here are our experts. Why don't we use the advice of whoever we choose and say, how do we sell this? What do we do? What's the best way to make this happen?
To Sketch's point, though, one of them is bid as a public auction. Everybody else's bid is market, and so.
So there's some point that we have to figure out, and also all of these are local. We're looking at multiple different ways. Well, maybe not multiple different ways, but a few different ways of selling, or experience. There's a lot of aspects to this, I guess.
Yeah, this is
you
the
know
weird.
What I mean?
Pete's right. I mean, they've all laid out the proposal. We
Right.
just need to pick one
Yeah.
and let them do their job. I mean, is that what you?
That would
So-
be my recommendation.
Well, actually, we're making a decision. If we choose the auction person, we are choosing that as the mode, or we
We
are
do.
choosing the market mode. Well,
Right.
unless we split it and say, okay, let's do part of them in auction and let's do part of them in market.
I will say the only downside of that is you have a conflict of the realtor, and tell me if I'm wrong, Jared. The realtor's like, well, I don't know what they're going to start the auction out at. That could affect my listing. The auctioneer can say, I don't know what they're have that at. That could affect my starting price.
My problem, well, what I would foresee the problem, I'm sure Stacy, she, I assume will agree. If you said we're only going to sell these two, and then people show up to the auction, but they want this one, and they don't bid on this one because they want this one,
Right.
and this one sells for $20,000. Now you just set the comparable price.
Well,
And I
here's
think Stacy would
here is the way we looked at it before was, I've been to several auctions also where you buy, you get the bid and you go as deep as you want to go. So if you sell 4 lots, and this bid, when you get the winning bid, you're going to be able to pick lots 1, 2, 3, or 4. And if you pick all 4, you can go as deep as you want to go. You get a $100,000 bid, and you say, I'll just take them all 4. And so that's the way we talked about the auction was you're not going to auction one lot. You're going to auction, that way you're going to pay premium price.
Can I point out one other thing too, just so I comparison? So we are in the end of July right now. If you go to auction, you have to advertise that. By the time you get an auction set, you're going to be in fall. If you list it, signs can go up tomorrow.
That's a good point also.
Yeah, I'd say
Trying
at
to
this
strong
point,
arm
we
us.
let the realtor decide how many we're going to sell, and just one of you guys make a motion on which one you think is the best.
Here's what I'd like to do. I would like to table this tonight. This sounds crazy, but we just got this packet today, and we're not able to look through it. I'm not able to make a decision tonight to feel comfortable with, and I'd like to have some time to think about it. So I'd like to table it and have a special meeting.
It's fine. I will say to what Stacy said, then you're putting off another.
I said have a special meeting. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? At least give us a day or two to chew on it. If you guys want to vote tonight, you're more than welcome to.
I would say Stacy and I and Crystal, we did spend a lot of time, so we would actually
Prefer, yes,
you to
that's-
table it and actually read through everything.
Go ahead.
Because otherwise
I was
we
gonna-
wasted a week and a half worth of work for no apparent reason.
So you're saying you would
We
prefer
would
us to table?
Yes.
We would prefer for you to look through everything.
Yeah.
And make a decision.
That's what I'm saying. We just now.
I agree with you.
Some of us already looked at it.
Well, and if you're going with that method, I'll tell you, Lance Anderson has been here. He's been here several meetings, and he's the one that stuck his neck on the line first. I know you are, but I'm just saying, I want you guys to realize that he had messaged us earlier and said he'd love to be here, but he just got out of the field. So,
I have a little more discussion on that. For your discussion, and this is terrible as a realtor to even say this, and don't shoot me, you're giving me everything. But if in your special meeting you start leaning towards an auction, talk to Lance about an online auction where realtors can come in and bring buyers.
we already have. That would be what the method he would
I
use.
think that would be much more ideal than let's have an auction on Saturday,
No.
August.
That's exactly what Lance's his concept was really cool because he said, it's going to be an auction where you're going to be able to stand on the property or you're going to be able to be online. It's like any other auction you go to nowadays.
No, you're missing. So like 1302 Heilman just sold auction, but it was an online auction. It was listed in the MLS. So everybody
you want it listed by a realtor for auction sale.
Yes. Everybody
by an
from Kansas
auctioneer,
City to it was by an auctioneer service mail auction. They have a real estate license, so they can list it in MLS. So it was listed in the MLS.
It was listed for 200,000 is what it started, right?
I mean, it started at 200.
Oh, sorry.
So it was on the market for 2 months.
And I will say, and I
before-
think that would have probably affect his bid.
Correct.
Because he's losing part of his commission at that point.
Correct.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but it does give an opportunity for more people to see it.
Right.
All the way, in Kansas City, because we have a lot of Kansas City people at the lake.
Do we really?
Wow.
All right. So
And Woodstock. And Woodstock.
You don't need a,
Thank you, Stacy.
do you need a motion to table it or just, or we can just
Do we
table it?
have to vote to table that? Yes.
Second.
Who motioned? Josh?
Kevin.
Kevin.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Lindsay Watts?
Yes.
Was his motion to table both of them?
Mine is, yes. That's,
Okay.
that's my motion was table vote.
Please.
Sorry.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. Approval of supermarket developers and CHCSK termination agreement.
Yep, I can talk to it. This is a CID and TIF district that was the old Price Chopper building. And because that is no longer an active business and it is sold, it's our bond council's recommendation to go ahead and try and close this agreement. They are actually kind of in breach of their agreement already. And so we just need to clean up some paperwork.
Is that agreement transferable?
They do not want it to be transferable.
CHC does not
No.
want to
No.
To a nonprofit.
Really?
It can't be to a nonprofit.
Right. They have absolutely no use for it at all.
See, what the talks I've had was they own lots in front and they could have like an eye center there or a dental office there, then that would not be nonprofit. Then they could recoup some of the money from it. That was some of the talks I had with CHC.
They have not come to the city, so this is our
Okay.
recommendation to do this.
They could reapply if that came about.
They'll get the agreement, and at that time they can come forward.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, Bob?
Right, but they have not done anything to reach out, hey, this is a problem, or, in fact, my information was they said this needs to go.
Yeah, but to Josh's point, if they develop something later, they can come back to the city. and make some
That's
money.
their business decision, it's
Exactly.
not ours.
Yeah. So I would move that we terminate the agreement.
Second.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Lindsay Watts?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. Discussion of potential stormwater projects for 2021. We should have moved this up. I'm leaving you here all night. You ready to go again?
Yeah, just send us an email if I have.
Kevin's got a few more questions about Eagle Block. No.
This guy. You want him to be your mayor?
Just checking this out. or-
Some exhibits. So you can see what we're talking about.
It's
like being
She thought this was the Aurora Borealis, Bob. It's just the back of your
Yeah. I don't really care which side of the I'd be worried if you had a side you didn't like. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll kind of go in the order of the packet, so you don't have to go back and forth. So the first one on the display is East National and Railroad, which is kind of a big area that kind of, there's impacts from, I guess, Ellis Park all the way south of 18th Street and the cemetery over there. And this kind of also, it would kind of connect previously where we talked about the dedication of an easement at
Where
Durkee and
Michael's-
Stout.
Some of the stuff Michael was talking about. Off
Right,
the.
yes, yeah. So that's one option. And I guess the background of these projects really starts with the Stormwater Fund having funds available, and we need to get projects. And this list is essentially, you can pick one that you really think is important to the city. It's gonna, what we tried to look at was how many residents are getting flooding impacts because of an issue, or businesses, or stuff like that. It's kind of how the list came about. So it was in no particular order of precedence, I guess is the word. So if there's any questions on that one, we can entertain that, or do you want to go through them all and then take questions?
I'd say if you just run through them briefly real quick.
Okay. So that kind of the synopsis of that first one. The second one is kind of in two parts. So the second page is 15th and National, which part of the reason that's in there, there's two inlets at 15th Street where it connects into National. So that's the west side of National. And if you've been through there, I think Jesse, we met out there before. One of the inlet tops is knocked over and kind of in the inlet. So the inlets, they're just in bad shape. They're old, really old style inlets. So that would be part of that in conjunction with trying to start addressing the issue of the drainage at 17th and Eddy. There's a particular, this is page 3. At the very bottom of the sheet, you can see two little squares. That's the sump of that area. And that's where one house in particular actually gets flooded when there's a storm, because that sump can't handle the flow, and a lot of it's getting to that one point.
Yeah, it's only
from
like
surface flow.
18-inch.
And it's a really small, really small inlet. Pipes may be small, maybe not, but the recommendation with this is to upsize the inlets to the capacity of the pipe. There's one problem you get, if you try to capture all the water, if you send too much down, you're going to push your flooding issue somewhere else.
Exactly, to the neighbor.
We want to try to avoid that. So part of that, you got to analyze the whole system, the pipe sizes, where it ends up. I think ultimately this area ends up at there's that open channel.
Yeah, across from True Value.
In this guy's yard.
Yeah, across
That's
from
where
True
this all ends up.
Yeah.
And then to the creek, past that. So there's that one. Page 4 and 5 are actually two different options for the same area. Crawford Street from Wall to Elm, and then onto the river on the north end. So, and I drove through this. There's all these inlets, just like the one at 15th National. Some of them have fallen in really bad. They've got traffic cones just sitting there so people don't drive into them and get stuck probably. That's an old brick street. It doesn't have gutters. The curbing is just that stone curb. So one of the issues we look at is we don't want to get into the street if we can help it. So one of those options talked about new pipe along the west behind the curb, which ultimately we need more inlets there at these intersections of Elm and not Wall, but Elm and I can't think of the other one, but at the end. So no matter what happens, we're kind of cutting in some of the streets to get pipes across and capture flow. Because that first intersection north of Wall is a sump also. So water kind of gets there and the inlets are plugged. They don't function very efficiently. So anyway, one option is new pipe on the west side. The second option is try to utilize the existing pipe and just add the inlets down those blocks. So that's those as options. And then the final sheet, page 6, is for an issue at Washington and Wall, which basically, and we should have zoomed in on a picture, but if you're driven by there, there's a business that wasn't always open, but it's open now. And a few years back, wheelchair ramps were built on both sides of that crossing. And what that ultimately caused, because the streets overlaid and the curb and gutter are filled in, the water on a decent storm actually goes up that ramp and right in his front door.
Which business is that?
I can't think of the name of the business. It's kind of a green.
Oh, okay. Yep, Sam's old place.
Yeah, so apparently that's occupied again. So this is probably as a scale of things, the smallest project maybe.
Yeah, and that might even be able to be fixed with dirt work or something like that, or rerouting the sidewalk somehow. Or
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think what we're kind of showing there, basically adding inlets to pick up the surface water, before it gets to that wheelchair ramp. And if it does, there's actually, you can get a ADA compliant graded inlet right at the back of that wheelchair ramp so that if it is flooding, it gets in there before it gets in the guy's door.
Right,
So
right.
that's the options.
Yeah, those are all good options. I mean,
So ultimately, it comes down to, what we've done in the past was, we look at a project and provide a proposal. A good example is National Avenue, doing the big project and then finding out that's just not going to work right now. So what we're trying to do here is give viable projects and then have you choose 2 or 3 that you want proposals for, and then we get into the weeds of design and overall cost. Because right now we're estimating that if you did 3 of these, you would spend your $800,000. That's kind of high level looking at numbers and kind of looking. You guys had a stormwater master plan done in 2013. This national and railroad project is part of one of those, and that big project at that time was, I think, $2 million and some dollars, but it was a lot more stuff. So we're proposing a lot of, with that page 1, a lot of grading and ditch work and possible detention areas if we can do it. I know there's rock there, so that's problematic. But
yeah, there'd be more at the top of the hill, but yeah, I mean, and I like those 2 projects. If you ask me, just right offhand, is the one up there that Michael's raising his hand about by his house, and the next one, and I like that because that's been an issue for a long time, that mud washing out into Margrave, and the other. But I think probably the top of the list would be, and we've been receiving complaints about that for quite some time, was the one over there, Jackson's place. It even goes back to Pat Jackson, because Pat lived right there directly behind the fire department. And Travis, you've seen that water come down boiling through there. That it disrupts a lot of homes down through as it comes through there on big rain. So I think that would probably be our number 1 area, and then the number 2 would be on page 1, if I had to think.
Yeah, is there any reason why we couldn't go after a couple utilizing the low interest loans right now?
We have ARPA money. It's dedicated to sewers.
Yeah.
And stormwater. So whatever's left, and we still got $1 billion left there, plus our $800,000.
But some low interest loans we could go after and do 2 or 3, and ARPA, we have 800,000 left over 2 years in ARPA, I believe. Yeah.
Well, those are the first 2 projects I'd look at,
but if we're, and we all agree that we need to start doing stuff, and if we can get 2 or 3 of these projects done, utilizing ARPA, utilizing the low interest rates right now, I think we need to do that. But
so like 1.6 million over the next 2 years is what you're talking about. 800,000 we have, and 800,000 we're
right,
anticipating.
and I think we talked about before the budget meeting, go after a 20-year loan and go after 5 or 6 million and accomplish a lot of them, because that is one fund that can handle a loan. Pete, did you have something?
Well, I think that wherever we get the funding from, I agree with the number 1 and number 2. We've got a potentially a huge problem up there at Ellis Park with all that water coming down onto those housing units down below. And this project on page 1 would solve that problem, as well as create a drainage system that flows into the existing inlets. I think it's a good plan, and we looked at maybe spending 500,000 or so on this project, but this is the biggest project, and it includes some stormwater retainage ponds that would alleviate the problem of water that's coming down from East National, there where we're working on Cooper Street. So this kind of ties in with Cooper Street, helps to alleviate that water problem there, and also kind of helps solve that problem up on Ellis Park. And we have contributed to that problem on at Ellis Park by making all those fields up there and and contributing water that flows over that wall there that comes down onto those apartments. So I would seriously consider, well, I like all four of them, or all five of them, but number 1 and 2, and the project on page 2 ties in with our work we're doing on on National now, and also fixing that over on Eddy Street. I think that's huge. I think we could get these two, at least get these two underway. That would be my suggestions.
Do you think we can do 3 of them for 800,000? Roughly.
I mean, yeah, we can definitely start developing.
What would it
the
cost
process.
the city for you to develop and put together
Just
on
for
3 of
me to
them?
do those proposals, that's just business development for us. So and that's why, you know, I wanted to get your project selections and we provide you proposals. And then now we're getting into more detail. We have a better idea of what we want to do, I guess, to fix a problem. And I think the only warning really I have on that, the one from Ellis Park is the rock. I think we probably will include geotech in that, so we can get some borings to determine how deep the rock is. I know it's not very deep, but if there's a contractor, because you can bore and maybe it's just a shale layer, and you get through that and you're okay. But we need to find that out, because ultimately that big detention that they proposed in that master plan was pretty extensive. And that would take a big pond that's kind of delineated on there, but the footprint they showed doesn't appear to equate to the acreage, the acre feet of storage that they also proposed. So
It would have to be a pretty deep pond.
yeah, and then that gets you into, you need to pump it to get it back out across the railroad, and that's expensive.
Mhm.
And now you've got maintenance. So there's some things that came up on that one that just takes a little bit more effort. But I mean, overall, that's where you start.
Yeah.
You know, that's where it all ends up. So if you can open that up, get some storage, start building those channels for capacity, I think that's a good start for that one.
So is it too much to ask for you to go out on all 4 of them?
No, that's fine.
I mean, is everyone good with that? I mean,
And I'm all for, just to give you the benefit of somebody that doesn't have a job and watches TV all day. They passed, $400 billion
Infrastructure,
for road and bridges
yep,
today.
yep.
It's gonna be to our advantage to have a little bit of money, seed money,
Yeah.
matching funds. So we have money, skin in the game
Yep.
to get some of that money for roads and bridges.
I agree.
So I'm all for spending the ARP money, spending the 800,000 we have, or going ahead and getting the low interest loan
save
so
the
that
other
we
money
show that we have skin in the game to get some of this
Yeah.
road and bridge money.
And I think Rob, we need to talk on that more, but I think Rob is looking at some of that. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, if it's not too much to ask, I mean, I think if he can go out for all 4 of them, I mean,
There's a.
Oh, yeah,
I'd like
yeah,
to mention
yeah.
also there's another area that was just brought to my attention, and it has been there for quite some time, and that's on Ransom and Tiernan over there. Them houses take a big hit every time from storms. Yeah, right at the bottom of the hill.
Where's that?
Like Ransom, or not Ransom, Tiernan and Richards. Richards and Tiernan Road.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, this will be part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, this will start back.
This
yeah.
is where all that, the detention pond we're talking about will store that water.
Okay.
That's where we're talking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge area there that we're draining. We're draining that from both 2 directions. And
Let's get it done.
let's get it done.
Let's get it done.
You make a motion?
Last question: If
We need
you
a
won the
motion or
lottery,
just-
would you smile?
Say again?
If you won the lottery, do you think you would smile? Maybe a little.
Maybe.
Do you need motion for us or just direction?
Million?
We,
Just direction is
Okay.
fine.
I think if you can go out and do all 4 of those, and do you have a time frame?
I would like to have them for your next commission meeting, really.
Okay,
That's quick enough.
fair enough.
Yeah.
If I come up with a snag, I'll let you know.
All right.
But
Appreciate it. So
thanks.
appreciate you staying most of the meeting too.
Yeah.
All right. Set budget work sessions. Did you have any suggestions on how many more we need? When's the budget deadline?
September is when we have to have our revenue neutral rate hearing. So we've got all of August to set some. I think you need at least a couple because we haven't even come close to what we want to do on the utility side, and probably need to rework the general fund budget.
Are you suggesting one every other week or one a week? Or?
I think we could get it with 2 more. I think so. Depending on, there's a lot of things it depends on. You need to probably give it a couple of weeks before we meet again.
Before we have the first one.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Just
saying
because
the
of
end of
the
September?
workload right now.
The end of September?
So tell me
Yeah.
your recommendation.
We're on the 3rd. Not what the next commission meeting. The week of the next commission meeting, if we could have it maybe on a Thursday, Wednesday, or a Thursday.
Yep. Does that work for everyone? A Wednesday or Thursday in 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
17th, so that'd be the 18th or 19th.
Mm-hmm. And then that following week have the next one.
Yeah, I checked my schedule. It's clear. As long as we can do it in the morning, or maybe in the middle of the day.
You said what dates? I'm sorry.
The week of the commission meeting, which is what, the 15th?
What's today? Today's the 3rd.
17th.
So 17th, yeah. So it'd be the
19th. 19th is a Thursday.
I won't be able to be here in person, but I could
Can you do it on Wednesday?
Monday.
Monday?
Yes, but that's the day of that the what Ted spoke about.
Oh, Ted's things is on that Monday.
Monday.
So we don't want to do it that day. So Wednesday or Thursday.
I couldn't be here in person, but I can be on the phone.
Okay.
So if Thursday works for you guys, that's fine.
Thursday that week. And then that following Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Down to commissioner comments. Randy?
No, I just wonder what time we're meeting on the 19th. 5? Is what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we make it? Yeah, that's fine.
You want it later?
It's just like 5:30.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good. I'm around town all the time.
Kevin, do you have anything, commissioner comments?
I just wrote down that I really am excited and welcome all the new guys and gals, and look forward to working with you. And thank you guys for sitting through the meeting tonight. I know it was pretty exciting. And the only other thing I had was it just was running through my mind here a while back. Have we had any results on when we got the $1 million worth of light bulb changing? It was going to save us all kinds of money on utilities. Do they report to us, or how do we track that, Susan?
That's Michael Mix has been working with them on that. So we could have him come back and do a presentation.
Yep.
They were supposed to come do a presentation to the commission, so we could ask them to come do that now.
Yeah, I want them here as soon as possible, because I want to find out how much money we're making on these new light bulbs. Other than that, I have nothing.
Pete?
I would like to address Jesse, if that's
Yeah,
if that's
where we're at.
Acceptable. At Buck Run Community Center, on the walls, the old WPA walls, the bottom row of walls, we've got a big crack where the water is coming down and about to push that wall over. And I'd like to have Jesse take a look at that and get with our engineers and see if we can't figure out some way to save that wall. Part of the wall is laying down in the ditch below it right now, and it's in serious condition right there. It needs to be, that's a piece of Fort Scott history.
Absolutely.
That we can't let wash
Is it
down.
by the steps, Pete?
No, it's to the south of the steps.
Okay.
There, it's on the very bottom layer. It's not down on the ground, but it's the bottom row, and it's in pretty critical need.
Right. If you have any questions, Jesse, where to find it, you can get a hold of me or Pete, and we can show you where to. You know where Buck Run is? Yeah. Down there on them steps. So. Yeah.
I was going to take a picture of it, but I forgot. So it goes.
Been a long day.
Yeah, that's all.
All right, Lindsay.
I would just say, again, just reiterate, welcome to all the new hires here. And again, thank you for sitting through your first meeting. I'm sorry, it was a little long. Hopefully we can maybe tighten that up.
That it? Yeah, I don't have, the only thing I had is kind of what Michael was talking earlier about the highway. I still interested in the lower speed limit for semis or big trucks.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. And I know, I don't know, Jesse, be good for you, another thing for you. Sorry. The street lights, the delay.
Yeah, I got a call KDOT.
Perfect.
Figure out if there's a stipulation on that, but once I get that figured out, the CEO will get up here.
Okay.
I got to call KDOT and figure out if there's a stipulation on the length of the time. And as soon as I get that figured out, CDL can come up here as soon as I call.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Text me so I can come out there with you, Michael. Text me so I can come out there with you.
I'll be sure to do that.
Appreciate it. All right.
I've got,
Bob, you have
if I
something?
could, I got a call today from WK Holdings, and they realized that the airport, we're a little short-staffed right now because of some issues that are family-related, and this is a pretty nice offer. They said, look, we've got a couple of interim pilots that we employ, and they're trained, and we will pay them to fill in gaps for extra services at the airport if the manager needs to take some time away at their expense. All I need from you guys, I'm sure you're not going to turn that down, is just permission for me to enter into, because we need to work up just a small little short-term contract. We've done the same kind of thing with WordCraft in the past, for example. And I thought that was a pretty nice gesture.
Absolutely.
So you just need permission to go out to draft up a contract and then bring back to us.
There isn't any cost to you, but
my only concern is, and you probably know better, is there any safety liability issues at all?
Well, that's what we have to put in the agreement, is to who's going to cover workman's comp, and if are there limitations, that kind of stuff, which we can do.
So, and you will bring that back to us?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Get it done.
You need a motion or just direction?
You just nod at me.
Get it done.
I also want to remind you, I think we need a short executive session.
I was going to call 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right, I move the city commission recesses into executive session for the purpose of non-elected personnel and pursuant to the personnel matters of non-elected personnel exception in KSA 75-4319 B1. The 5 commissioners and the city attorney will meet, and then we'll resume the open meeting at 9:52.
Second.
Pete Allen.
Pete.
Pete Allen.
Pete.
Say yes.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts. Josh Jones.
Yes.
You don't have the voice.
Nichols. Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones. Kevin Allen.
City Commission recess and executive session for non-elected personnel pursuant to personnel matters, non-elected personnel, section KSA 75-43-19 B1, the 5 commissioners and city attorney. Open meeting will resume at 10:03.
Second. So let's say 9:56. So we have time to travel.
Sorry. It's 9:53. What I got now.
So 10:06. Okay. Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols. Lindsay Watts. Josh Jones.
It was.
Yes.
Yes. He should be here. Motion to adjourn?
Yes.